Welcome to Shredder Fanfic. Like, subscribe, and hype video. Join members to gain early access to new videos.
The main character, after dying, wakes up inside of One Piece. Inside of One Piece, where the world is filled with pirates and threats everywhere, what is he gonna do? Is he gonna be able to create the strongest pirate family?
Chapter 1 Rockefeller Charlotte. Hoot hoo. 10,000 30,221. 10,000 30,221. A sturdy boy of 17 or 18 years old by the sea was holding up a dumbbell 10 times bigger than himself and waving it. Every time it is waved, there will be bursts of wind and hunting. And this boy has been going on for most of the day. Sweat trickled down his angular muscles to the ground. With a height of 1.9 meters 15 and strong muscles, it is hard to imagine that this boy is actually only years old. 14,000. Bump! When the boy swung to, his arm could no longer hold on, and the dumbbell in his hand was thrown to the ground. Ha, I'm exhausted. The boy sat down on the ground, gasping for breath. The muscles on both arms trembled slightly. 3,000 more swings than yesterday. The boy clenched his fists and said excitedly, "You must know that this dumbbell weighs a full 100 tons, but he can easily swing it times. This is not something ordinary people can do." That's right. The boy traveled to a world where force is the most important thing. And this world, the boy is still very familiar with it. It was the One Piece anime that I saw when I was a child in the last life. He actually traveled to the world of One Piece. But he seems to wear early. Because when he was 10 years old, he accidentally saw the Rocks pirates in the newspaper. And the current timeline is only 1480 years old. It will be 40 years before Luffy goes to sea. Charlotte was completely stunned when he heard the news. Anyone who has watched One Piece knows that this world is not friendly, and maybe one day it will be invaded by pirates. Although the number of pirates at this time is far less than that of later generations, but if they are not guaranteed, a group of pirates will come one day. What made Charlotte even more devastated was that he was in the second half of the Great Route. It is also called the New World by later generations. This made Charlotte even more frightened. Transmigrating into the body of a 10-year-old boy had already panicked Charlotte, who had just transmigrated, but found out that she was in a new world. This made Charlotte feel a sense of crisis. After panicking for a while, Charlotte calmed down. As a mercenary in his previous life, although he felt that all this was very bizarre, he still resisted himself to accept this reality. As for why he became a mercenary, this is a bit bizarre. In my previous life, I heard that going to the Middle East as a mercenary during the summer vacation can make a lot of money, but I don't know if it's because of my brain twitch or something. After being introduced by a friend, I joined a group of mercenaries in a daze. Thus began his mercenary career. As the saying goes, if you often walk by the river, there is no one who does not get your shoes wet. During the battle with Zyro Heisey again, a melon grenade appeared beside him at some point. I don't know who threw it. It exploded in an instant. There wasn't even time for Charlotte to react. He just felt his body was torn apart, and he lost consciousness. After waking up, he traveled to this world, a 10-year-old kid. And the original owner was unlucky. He was caught in the sea by the waves when he was fishing at the beach, and was slapped hard on the rocks and passed out. The dove has occupied the magpie's nest. The island he was on was very small, with a population of just over 1,000 people, just a small town. Located in the first half of the New World, there are not many pirates, because not far from here is the G8 branch of the Navy. Although it is not those branches that later generations are familiar with, it also gives Charlotte, who is only 10 years old, a sense of security. After getting clear about her surroundings, Charlotte began to slowly recall the memory of watching One Piece in her last life. But this memory surprised Charlotte. You must know that although he watched One Piece since he was a child, he didn't have much time to watch it as a mercenary. He had almost forgotten the previous plot. But I didn't expect to be able to remember it clearly now. This made Charlotte excited. With these memories, as long as you keep some, it's enough to make it to the finale. Of course, Charlotte didn't want to hang on. He also wants to take risks and leave his name in this world. It's not Charlotte's character to settle for the status quo. His name in this life is Rockefeller Charlotte. After knowing that this is the world of One Piece, Charlotte started a planned training. Charlotte, who has watched One Piece, knows that this world is very dangerous, especially in the age of great navigation, which is even more dangerous. Pirates on the sea are like ants all over the sea. He didn't want to die in a daze one day. In order to live a wonderful life for herself, Charlotte started her own training. He knows One Piece's training system. Sword art, body art, three-color domineering, devil fruit, spear art. All can make people stronger. Charlotte is also seriously considering her next path. As a mercenary, he was the first to consider spear skills. But the point is that he doesn't even have a gun. Moreover, the guns in this world are actually flintlock guns, and Charlotte instantly extinguished this idea. Consider other ways. Devil fruit. Charlotte passed directly. Did the original owner leave him any devil fruit? Where did he get the devil fruit? Three-color domineering. Armed and domineering, his 10-year-old physique is not enough. Knowledgeable and domineering enough to practice. Domineering. Only 1 in a million has the domineering look, and I don't know if I have this qualification. After these 3 systems are eliminated, only swordsmanship and physical arts remain. Charlotte still knows a little about these things. You can try. After having a goal, Charlotte arranged for herself. His first goal is to train gymnastics, and his reference object is Sauron. The anime clearly records how Sauron trains. For example, lower body explosive training, lifting dumbbells and jumping. Upper body explosive training, waving dumbbells with both hands. And many more. Coupled with the training method I used in Mercenaries to train physical skills and physique, this is very operable. As for swordsmanship, Charlotte has no clue, but he only needs to be able to swing a sword. He didn't believe that if he kept swinging the knife, he wouldn't be able to practice anything. With Sauron's reference, it gave Charlotte a lot of determination. He didn't believe that he was a time traveler. With these thoughts, Charlotte lay in her thatched cottage for 2 days and started training after recovering from her injuries. Charlotte himself didn't expect his injury to heal so quickly, and he could get out of bed alive and kicking in just 2 days. You must know that when I was rescued from the beach, several bones in my body were broken. After eating a few meals of meat, he miraculously recovered within 2 days. And other people are not surprised when they see it. It seems that all this is very normal. And he also understood what kind of meat he was eating. It is the king of the sea who bit off the red-haired left arm at the beginning of One Piece. It belongs to the Sea King class. This made Charlotte think of another way to become stronger, which is to eat. Chapter 2, The Wild Wolf Gang. You can also become stronger by eating Sea King meat. We must know that the strong are very edible. However, it is not easy to hunt Neptunes. With his 10-year-old body, he can't beat Neptunes. The most urgent thing is to train. After you have the power to protect yourself, you can go to the sea to hunt Neptunes. The island where Charlotte is located is very small, and the inhabitable area is only the flat land of the port, where more than 1,000 people live. There are mountains behind the port, It can be said that the mountains occupy 90% of the entire island, and there is no one inhabited there. It is very suitable for Charlotte to practice and hunt in it. As an orphan, Charlotte didn't know who her parents were since she was born and lived on the relief of the mayor's family, but her life was also very hard. Otherwise, the original owner would not have thought of fishing at the seaside. It's just that this time, it was unlucky to be swept in by the waves. Walking out of the thatched house, Charlotte entered the vast mountain with a machete for chopping wood without looking back. From now on, he set a small goal for himself, to become the conqueror of this mountain. At the beginning, I drank mountain spring water when I was thirsty and ate various fruits when I was hungry. I almost ate poisonous fruits several times. But at this time, there will be a timely reaction in the mind, which is a bit like the induction of Spider-Man in the previous life. But coming to this world is to predict the future. Relying on her sense of danger, Xia Lu is self-sufficient in the mountains, not to mention living like a fish in water. From time to time, some traps are designed to hunt the prey and fight the teeth. I also go down the mountain from time to time, exchanging fur for some weapons and the like. And this year's training life did not make Charlotte feel the slightest loneliness. On the contrary, he was very excited because he could really feel that he was getting stronger. Every morning when I wake up, I feel stronger than yesterday, and my body is no longer as thin as before, and I can be overturned by a wave of waves. The most obvious feeling is that he can fight head-on with wild boars on the mountain. And every time after an injury, as long as you eat a big meal, you will get better the next day. This involuntarily made Charlotte feel the abnormality of One Piece world. This year's scientific training can no longer meet Charlotte's training requirements. He found that simple push-ups and running are not very effective. Even if he does push-ups for a day, he will not feel tired anymore. He needs more practice. He went down the mountain with the precious animal skins collected from hunting this year. When I came to the port market, I saw a child about 1.5 meters holding a cargo that was taller than others, and everyone around him dispersed. Isn't this Charlotte? Didn't he disappear? Some of the people I knew before became suspicious. No way, Charlotte stayed on the mountain for a year, during which time she came down very infrequently, and would go back just to buy some necessities, rarely showing up. Even the mayor may not be able to find him. Watching Charlotte stop at a conspicuous place in the port as if no one else was there, then spread out a blanket and put down the fur, sitting quietly on the ground waiting for the buyer. People around have surrounded the past. Seeing Charlotte pointing, this annoyed Charlotte. Buy it or not, or go away if you don't buy it. Don't disturb my business. Charlotte yelled at the crowd. Everyone at the scene was silent for a moment, and everyone was looking at Charlotte with foolish eyes. This made Charlotte even more irritable. Boy, come to set up a stall without inquiring whose site it is. As early as when Charlotte was lifting the fur, a group of people were staring at Charlotte. It's the boss of the Wild Wolf Gang. After seeing the Wild Wolf Gang, everyone scattered to make way. Get out of the way. 4 or 5 rogue thugs from the Wild Wolf Gang dispersed the surrounding people and opened a passage. A somewhat rough-looking man with a big gold chain around his neck and a big gold tooth in his mouth came out. Charlotte looked at all this with a frown and was a little surprised. Unexpectedly, there are gangsters in a small town of 1,000 people. But Charlotte is not afraid. Boy, what are you looking at? I don't know that you have to pay a share to set up a stall here. The boss of the Wild Wolf Gang walked up to Charlotte and looked down at Charlotte, while flipping up the fur that Charlotte had placed on the blanket. He, this fur is unusual. There is no wound. The boss of the Wild Wolf Gang randomly pulled out 2 furs, which looked like fox fur. That's right, these 2 furs are your money. The boss of the Wild Wolf Gang was about to withdraw his hand after speaking. On the other hand, Charlotte quickly grabbed the wrist of the boss of the Wild Wolf gang and looked at him unkindly. Okay. The boss of the Wild Wolf gang looked at the little hand that grabbed his wrist and yanked it hard, but he couldn't pull it away. He looked at Charlotte with an unfriendly expression. Give me the money, 220 Baileys. Charlotte said lightly. Suddenly hearing the two unfamiliar words of giving money, the boss of the Wild Wolf gang laughed very loudly and laughed with his head raised. The little brother next to him saw the boss laughing wildly. He didn't know why, but he laughed too. Give me the money. I've never given money to buy things in such a big job. As Bess said, he shook off Charlotte's hand. I thought this kid would be thrown away by him, but he really didn't understand. It seems that you are here to make trouble. Charlotte stood up, grabbed Bates' wrist and said. After seeing it, Bess couldn't help but wanted to take 2 steps back, but was held tightly by Charlotte, unable to walk away at all when he just wanted to draw the dagger with his right hand. Charlotte pushed hard, and Bess staggered and was crushed to the ground. The speed was so fast that even Bass was pushed to the ground before he could react. Boss, the younger brother next to him, reacted. They all drew out their daggers and swung their sticks and rushed towards Charlotte. Bastard, let me go. You are dead. You are dead. Bess, who was under Charlotte's feet, writhed wildly, trying to escape Charlotte's control. But Charlotte's feet were firmly on Bess like pliers, making any resistance from Bess useless. After that, this kid is doomed. He offended the Wild Wolf gang. There is no room for him in this small town. Just when everyone felt sorry for the child, Charlotte stepped on the Bass while watching the thugs rushing towards her, the corners of her mouth raised. Turning slightly to one side, 3 punches and 2 kicks were placed on 5 people. Ouch! Pain, pain. 5 people wailed on the ground. Bess at Charlotte's feet was dumbfounded by this scene. I also looked dumbfounded at the crowd watching the excitement around. This. Everyone was frightened by Charlotte's actions. He overturned everyone with 3 punches and 2 kicks, and it felt like he didn't use any force. Charlotte ignored everyone's astonishment, but squatted down, pulled the gold necklace hanging around Bates' neck, and tore off the gemstone ring on his finger. Then he punched Bess in the mouth again. In an instant, Bates screamed in pain. Chapter 3, The First Battle. Large areas of tooth loss. Charlotte didn't care about the humming bass on the ground, but picked up the bloody gold tooth on the ground. Now he is very short of money. Very, very short of money. Woo Tilda. Bess covered his bloody mouth, watching Charlotte's movements with a painful expression. After searching for a few days, he kicked Bess C under his feet. Bess flew out in an instant and lay down with his younger brothers. Go away. Don't let me see you in the future. When Charlotte's voice came, everyone around them backed away in fright. Even the younger brothers got up and lifted the boss up and ran back. Seeing this scene, Charlotte couldn't help laughing. Well, Charlotte felt a little better. After all, he had been silent in the mountains for a year, and he didn't speak much this year. Although he could endure loneliness, it didn't mean he wasn't depressed. Go back to the stall, tidy up the fur, and wait for the buyer. Fortunately, there are still some people who like fur very much, and the few most precious furs have been sold. A profit of 140 million Baileys. As for the rest of the fur, they were all rubbish. Charlotte saw that it was getting late and he needed to buy something. Pack up the fur and go to the blacksmith shop. Boss, I want to make iron tools. Charlotte shouted towards the inside of the blacksmith shop. Here we come. What do the guests need? A big man came out with a big hammer in his hand. Here is the design drawing. Just build it according to the above. When will it be delivered? Charlotte handed over the blueprints she designed in advance to the blacksmith. The blacksmith opened the picture, looked at it, and frowned. Because the things that need to be built inside are very strange, and they are not at all the farm tools and swords he usually makes. Brother, what you want to build is a bit difficult, and I don't have many materials. I'm afraid it will be a little later. It will probably take a month. What, a month? Charlotte frowned. In this way, you make these few pieces first, and I will go to other shops to build other parts. Charlotte didn't have time to wait for a month, at most a week at most. Row. The owner of the blacksmith shop didn't say anything and agreed without hesitation. Then Charlotte paid the deposit and walked towards the next blacksmith shop. There are only 3 families in this small town, and Charlotte asked each of them to take care of some, and they can receive the goods within a week. After placing the order, Charlotte walked towards the thatched cottage that she hadn't lived in that year. He lived in a remote place, basically far away from the port. Looking at the dilapidated thatched cottage that I haven't lived in for a year, Charlotte has no choice but to live like this. Anyway, can it be worse than living on the mountain? Lying on the bed, Charlotte began to sleep soundly. Boss, what should we do? This time we have lost face. If we don't give that kid some color, our wild wolf gang will be ashamed. A not-so-luxury, but very large residence, with 4 or 5 younger brothers with bruised noses and swollen faces standing aside. Sitting on the sofa is the boss of the wild wolf gang. Bang! That kid is dead, as I said. It's useless when God comes. Bess's face was contorted, and his teeth were still showing the wind when he spoke. Have you found out who he is? Bess looked at the younger brother next to him and asked. I found it. The other party is an orphan who lives in a thatched cottage on the west side of the town. Many people know about it, so it's not difficult to find out. After hearing this, Bess stood up, walked to a counter, pulled out a drawer, and took out a delicate pistol. I'm going to kill him tonight. Come with me. Bess went out with 4 or 5 younger brothers and a delicate pistol and walked westward. After a while, Bess led people to the dilapidated thatched house. Looking at the thatched hut with air leaks everywhere, through the moonlight, I just saw Charlotte lying in it and sleeping soundly. The corners of Bess' lips curled up. This is just God help me too. When the thatched house was still 20 meters away, Bess raised the firecracker in his hand and aimed it at Charlotte. Without the slightest hesitation. Bang! The bullets went out, while Charlotte, who was sleeping, only felt the hairs all over her body stand on end, and a scene of her own brain opening appeared in her mind. A reflexive head tilt. The bullet grazed his scalp, instantly startled Charlotte into a cold sweat. Who? A loud roar came from the thatched cottage. Charlotte rushed out of the door in an instant and saw Bess. And Bess looked stupid, staring blankly at Charlotte, who rushed out of the room. He clearly aimed at Charlotte's brain. Why did he turn his head at a critical moment? After Charlotte saw Bess, she instantly understood what happened, and then the anger in her heart couldn't help but erupt. Bastard, spare your life during the day, but dare to assassinate me at night. You want to die. With a yell, Charlotte rushed to Bess, hit Bess in the chest with all her strength, and passed through the chest directly. Charlotte's arm passed behind Bess. Scared everyone behind Bess. Ha ha. Bess wanted to speak, but the words got stuck in his throat, and he couldn't say anything. He stuck his head for 2 seconds and died. Charlotte pulled out her bloody hand and shook it back and forth. Somewhat disgusting. He looked at the others again. And those younger brothers who came over were frightened and stupid, but there were also some clever younger brothers who turned around and ran away. And these people are the ones under Charlotte's key care. A few jumps ran in front of them, and instead of hitting hard, they kicked them all down. He grabbed the ankles of the two and dragged them back. But when Charlotte touched their bodies, the activities of the two of them instantly appeared in her brain. It's over, I'm dead. I have pity on my lovers. Damn, let me go, I will kill you. Charlotte glanced at the man who wanted to kill him. He is still struggling. Charlotte was heartbroken, stopped and let him go. While he was still wondering why he had been let go, Charlotte crushed his breastbone. Die in pain. The person next to him trembled in fright. Don't kill me, don't kill me. Charlotte looked at his appearance. Although he didn't know why he knew his inner thoughts, he also vaguely knew something. You are from the Wild Wolf Gang. Do you know where your boss's treasure is? Charlotte started asking. He kept them just to find out the treasure they squeezed, even if it was less. Compared with Charlotte, who is penniless even if it is only Bailey's, it is worth his trip. Several people looked at each other. One of the boys with a bandage on his head raised his hand. Okay, say it. My lord, boss, no. Bess's finances are all in the safe of his manor, and you can go get them at any time. After hearing what he said, Charlotte grabbed his hand and started asking questions. Is that true? Chapter 4 Future Prediction and Mind Reading. Before the little brother could answer, Charlotte already knew the answer. Then in front of this little brother, he instantly killed the 3 little brothers who were still hesitating. What? Blood sprayed on the little brother's face, and his face turned pale with fright. Don't kill me, don't kill me. Looking at the man who knelt down and kowtowed, desperately begging for his life. Get up and take me to your boss's house. Charlotte looked at the only man who survived and said, Yes, yes, yes. The man breathed a sigh of relief after hearing what Charlotte said. As long as you have value, you won't die. Quickly tightening his mind, he stood up tremblingly, leading the way for Charlotte. He didn't dare to play any tricks. The two soon came to the headquarters of the Wolf Gang, which is Bates' home. Ignoring the opponent's thugs, he walked in on his own. Someone just wanted to question, but was stopped by the person next to him. Signal him to look back. As a result, he saw the subordinates who often followed the boss trembling behind Charlotte covered in blood. After seeing him, the little brother understood instantly that his boss was probably gone. After all, they all knew what the boss was doing out there. Right here. Charlotte looked at the safe in front of her and said, No, that's right, this is it. The little brother, covered in blood, said tremblingly, Is there a key? Asked Charlotte. No, the key is kept by Bess. We don't know it. After hearing this answer, Charlotte frowned. Go to the safe and touch the material of the safe. Go and cut it open. Charlotte looked at the younger brother and ordered. He decided to subdue these younger brothers for his own use. In this way, you don't have to live a miserable life yourself. Yes. The younger brother nodded quickly. By the way, what's your name? If you do things for me in the future, I will leave the Wild Wolf Gang to you to take care of it. Serve me, can you do it? The younger brother, who was still trembling at first, said with joy when he heard that there was still such a good thing. Don't worry, boss. My name is Ivan. I will definitely take care of these people for you, and let all the resources of the Wild Wolf Gang serve you. Ivan immediately expressed his loyalty. Okay, you go down, and come to me after you finish things. Charlotte waved him off. Sitting on this sofa, Charlotte sank into it. Charlotte only felt mentally exhausted for a while and fell asleep. Early the next morning, Charlotte opened her eyes sleepily. The purpose of the entrance was that several servants in maid outfits came over with toiletries and waited for Charlotte to wash up. Wait until everyone leaves. Corruption, corruption. Charlotte lay on the sofa with emotion. The comfortable sofa and the beautiful maid are all wearing down his will. No, you have to become stronger and fierce. Charlotte stood up, shaking her fist. When I came to the yard, I saw a dozen thugs in black suits standing in the yard. Hello, boss. A dozen thugs in black suits were bent at 60 degrees. Charlotte waved her hand. He didn't care about his subordinates at all. He let Ivan take charge of the Wild Wolf gang just to give himself a comfortable environment and help in cultivation. When he is 17 or 18 years old, he will go out to sea for adventure. At that time, whether to be a pirate or a navy is waiting to be seen. During this period, I have to train myself and polish myself. Boss, the Wild Wolf gang is here, and everyone surrenders. Ivan approached and said, "Well, these people will be under your control in the future, and I will come to you if I need something." Charlotte said to Ivan, "Yes, boss." Ivan said happily. Charlotte is not afraid of Ivan's double-mindedness. In the face of absolute strength, all the bells and whistles are paper tigers, and he can blow them up with one punch. What's more, he still has such a domineering look. Yesterday, she unexpectedly awakened the domineering look, which Charlotte didn't expect. And his own knowledge can actually predict danger. Isn't this the same as predicting the future? And when I was in contact with someone yesterday, I was able to hear what the other person was thinking. Isn't this just mind reading? My knowledgeable domineering actually has the ability to predict the future and read minds. This is going to heaven. I didn't expect my knowledgeable talent to be so strong. It should be that the two souls merged into one, which enhanced one's perception and made one's senses very strong. Thus awakened knowledge is also very strong. It seems that this body of mine is not simple. Thinking of the previous years training on the mountain, no matter how much injury I suffered, as long as I had a full meal and a nap, I could be alive and kicking the next day, which is amazing. You can't waste your talent. Charlotte started training. Because the equipment was not done well, Charlotte could only do some basic training. More than a week passed in a flash. Charlotte returned to the mountain again. The life of a savage began. Ivan will take care of the Wild Wolf gang. And he started his training again. Charlotte didn't rush to train swordsmanship, but kept training her body with weight. From 1 ton at the beginning, it is slowly increasing, running around the mountain, running for a day without rest during the period, running desperately. In the anime that Charlotte can remember, Carp beat 8 mountains to the ground in order to practice boxing. Charlotte also demands herself according to this goal. Every day is not running with weight, jumping with weight, or waving a huge dumbbell with one hand. Train physical strength, leg strength, and arm strength respectively. Fully train your body. The extreme madness of training terrified anyone who still watched Charlotte. Watching Charlotte train with a stone 10 times bigger than herself. None of them understood how that small body could withstand such a great force. Since then, almost everyone in the town knew that there was a monster in their town. That is Charlotte. Because of this, it spread farther and farther, and the more it spread, the more outrageous it became. Have you heard that Charlotte is the god of Hercules? My cousin went hunting in the mountains and accidentally saw Charlotte holding up a stone 10 times bigger than himself and running there. Where there is obviously 20 times as many stones jumping there. Nonsense. Charlotte must be the heir born of a god in the mortal world, possessing the power of a demigod. As the rumors spread more and more outrageous, they gradually evolved into stories. The merchants who came and went heard the news and listened to it as a story. And the spread is still very wide, so it has been passed down. I'm afraid Charlotte didn't know that her reputation was actually spread in the name of the story. Call. Quick, quick serve. Charlotte yelled at the servants, and those servants have already prepared sumptuous dishes and waited for Charlotte. Charlotte sat on a chair and poured food into her mouth frantically. Even the bones of the barbecue on the table were swallowed by Charlotte, leaving an empty plate. Chapter 5: The Form of the Sea. A dozen plates of barbecue instantly stretched Charlotte's stomach, but it didn't take long before they were all digested. At this time, hot white air was blowing from Charlotte's body above his head. Ivan, who was watching and reporting on his work, was dumbfounded, and his voice involuntarily weakened. In fact, Charlotte didn't listen to what he said. He didn't care about an organization like the Wild Wolf Gang that couldn't get on the table at all and kept him only to serve himself better. The maid came back and forth several times, and Charlotte finally felt full and full of strength. Jumped off the chair. This jump is more than 10 meters high, and the speed is very fast. Charlotte punched a big tree surrounded by 6 people. Bang! With one punch, the meter-long tree was instantly smashed in half by Charlotte's fist. What? Seeing that the big tree was about to fall, and the place where the fall happened to be where the maids were standing, all the maids were so frightened that their faces turned pale. When Charlotte saw it, she provoked it again and kicked the big tree to the side, flying it more than 10 meters away. Bang! There was a puff of dust in the distance. I don't know what level I have reached in the pirate world with my own strength and explosive power. After all, there is no division of levels in One Piece, but some netizens divided the levels themselves in the Water Forum in the previous life. From miscellaneous soldiers with strength, Colonel can use some moves, Brigadier General proficient in 6 styles and more than 2, Major General proficient in 6 styles and more than 4, and any one of the 2-color domineering, Lieutenant General proficient in 2-color domineering and covering the whole body, Quays General equals Kibukai Emperor Deputy, General, 4 Emperors. Although the Water Friends were divided in this way in the previous life, there are still some very bugs, so this division of realms can only be used as a reference. Whoever believes is a fool. After all, there is a Lieutenant General Garp, who can be called a monster in the Lieutenant General, and there is also a Fat House Moriah in the Kiwuhai, and the Eagle-Eyed Mihawk, who competes with the 4 Emperors every day. In short, there are a lot of unreasonable places, so it can only be used as a reference. Another 2 years passed. Charlotte is no longer in the mountains, but to the sea. After learning how to swim, Charlotte practices sword in the sea every day. He has read many novels, and the protagonists in the novel have practiced sword in the water. And Charlotte doesn't know much about swordsmanship, but she has also seen Sauron practice swords. Although the words were vague, Charlotte remembered that everything would be cut. Holding this belief, Charlotte wields her sword at the seaside or deep sea every day, repeating the same movements every day, just to achieve the state of cutting everything. Call. Charlotte climbed onto the coast. The ache in her body and the pressure from her spirit made Charlotte unable to calm down. Every time after practicing the sword, I feel restless and irritable for a while, and I can't calm down. It has been 4 years since time travel, and he is also 14 years old. During these 4 years, he has been training hard every day. His physique has reached the peak of his age, and his growth has begun to slow down. This made Charlotte very distressed, but if his body slowed down, he would practice swords. After practicing for a year, he probably had the same strength as Sauron when he first went to sea. Just can't reach the feeling that everything is cut. Slashing on the stone with a knife will only leave a shallow mark on the stone, and I can't shake the feeling of indomitable progress. Boss, this is the sword you want. Seeing Charlotte coming up, Ivan quickly handed over towels and a basket of swords. This is what Charlotte asked Ivan to customize. He spends too much time practicing swords now and almost breaks a sword every few days. Charlotte asked his subordinates to give him swords every few days. and this matter will be handed over to Ivan, and Ivan will also report information about the town and provide newspapers at this time. Is there anything going on recently? Charlotte looked at the newspaper and asked casually. As soon as Charlotte got the newspaper, she saw that the Lox pirates had destroyed a kingdom. Looking at the bounty offered above, Charlotte's pupils shrank. They were all characters from the anime in the previous life. Rox D. Gilbeck offers a bounty of 13 billion Baileys, the captain of the Rox pirates, who has committed a heinous crime regardless of life or death. Whitebeard Edward Newgate, the captain of the first team of the Rox pirates, who has the ability to shake the fruit, has a bounty of 4,000 million Baileys, and the crime is extremely heinous. The leader of the second team, Golden Lion Shiji, who has the ability to flutter fruit, has a bounty of 9,000 million Baileys, and the crime is extremely heinous. Charlotte Lingerling, the captain of the third team, who has the ability of the soul fruit, has a reward of 7,000 million Baileys, and the crime is extremely heinous. John, the captain of the fourth team, offered a bounty of 6,000 million Baileys, and he committed a heinous crime regardless of life or death. Wang Zhai, the captain of the fifth division, offered a bounty of 5,000 million Baileys for his heinous crimes, regardless of life or death. Silver Axe, the captain of the sixth division, offered a bounty of 3,000 million Baileys for his heinous crimes, regardless of life or death. Team's seventh captain Heighton Muchen, who has the ability to imitate fruit, offers a bounty of 2,000 million Baileys, a heinous crime regardless of life and death. Vice Captain Heighton Chanwan, who has the ability to shield fruits, offers a reward of 1,000 million Baileys, a heinous crime weather. Inton Kaido, with 3,000 million Baileys, is only allowed to be captured alive. The newspaper was full of characters familiar to Charlotte. Boss, in the past year, the number of pirates has exploded, all because of this Rox pirate group. They burned, killed, and looted everywhere in the second half of the Great Route, which is our place, attacking the World Government Alliance countries and navies. Branch. Attacking around with the Hive Island as the core, even the Navy has no way to do it. The depths of the second half of this Great Route are almost captured by them. If the Navy doesn't stop it, our island will probably be poisoned too. Ivan said worriedly. What he said is correct. Their island is located in the middle of the second half of the Great Route, and although there is a naval G8 branch nearby, it is difficult to guarantee whether the pirates will come. After hearing this, Charlotte returned the newspaper to Ivan. Don't worry too much. There is a naval branch nearby, and no pirate has the guts to make a fuss around here. Go down, and come to me if you need anything. Charlotte waved her hand, completely ignoring Ivan's worries. Bang! Bangs, bang, bang. There was a sudden explosion. What happened? Charlotte looked towards the sound of the explosion. A puff of smoke came from the direction of the distant port. Not good. Bad thoughts popped up in the hearts of both of them at the same time. Go and see. Charlotte ran towards the port. During the run, he turned on the domineering color of knowledge and began to check. In an instant, with Charlotte as the center, a three-dimensional appearance around Charlotte's mind appeared in Charlotte's mind. No, it's a pirate. Charlotte saw 3 pirate ships appearing in the port in his mind. Chapter 6 Domineering and Domineering. 3 ships with the pirate flag docked on the shore and fired shells towards the port. Captain, this time we can make a lot of money. There are many merchant ships calling at this port, and they have no ability to resist. This time we will make a lot of money. A pirate with a hood and a knife in his hand looked towards the port and said, Kahaha, little ones, go to me and steal this town. The pirate wearing a captain's hat pointed at the town with a big knife in his hand and said loudly, Kill, kill, go. Women and treasures are mine. The pirates on the three ships rushed towards the port with big strides. Everyone had expressions of greed and excitement on their faces. And when the people at the port saw that it was a pirate, they ran desperately into the town, and some even jumped into the sea directly. "Help, the pirates have landed. Run away. Asshole, don't push me past." Countless cries and curses filled the crowded port. Countless shells passed over their heads and hit the house, which instantly caught fire. It made the scene even more chaotic. "Woo, woo, woo, woo. Help me, help me." There were cries for help, cries, and the child, stunned in place in a daze. "What?" A miserable cry sounded. Everyone looked in the direction of the transmission. I saw a dock worker fell to the ground with a knife from the pirate. "Run!" The people who were originally crowded at the port became crazy in an instant, rushing forward desperately. Suddenly, the port was in chaos, and there were stampedes everywhere. Countless people lost their lives as a result. This led to the fact that the pirate only killed one person, but in the end, countless people were trampled to death. "Ha ha ha, it's our turn to play the captain," the first officer said as he watched the port being cleared by his pirates. Bang! "Asshole, I want you to tell me." The captain slapped the first officer away with a slap, and then walked down with arrogant steps. "I'm the captain of the Bear Pirates, Alex Jesse, a big pirate with a bounty of 500 Baileys. Anyone who wants to survive will hand over all his treasures." Alex Jesse walked to the high platform and roared. In an instant, the noise of the scene was overwhelmed. Everyone looked at the 3-meter-tall man with horror on their faces. And this sentence was also heard by Charlotte, who had just arrived. 43 million Baileys. Charlotte read silently. At this time, Bailey doesn't want to depreciate so much in 40 years. If it is converted into years, it is estimated that it will be a big pirate with hundreds of millions. He really wasn't sure how to deal with it. Seeing that everyone in scene 1 was stunned by him, Alex Jesse laughed out loud. "Little ones, move out all the treasures in the town and kill whoever dares to resist." Alex Jesse waved his hand. Rush! More than 100 pirates rushed into the town with knives and guns. "I see who dares." Charlotte couldn't sit still anymore and immediately jumped out from the roof, punching the pirate who rushed to the front with 2 punches. "Ha, who is it?" Alex Jesse, who heard the voice, looked at a boy who suddenly appeared and then laughed. "Kahahaha, brat, you dare to stop me, go drink your mother's milk." The other pirates also laughed when they heard it. Charlotte frowned. He didn't speak, but jumped up, disappeared in the eyes of everyone, and then flashed to the back of the 2 young men. Bang bang, 2 punches. Wow, Tilda. The 2 young men immediately vomited blood and fell to the ground. "Hud, Tilda." Alex Jesse frowned instantly, looked at Charlotte, and then became furious. "Kill him, little ones." Alex Jesse pointed at Charlotte with a 2-meter sword. "Kill, go." More than 100 pirates rushed to Charlotte, holding flintlock guns and knives to Charlotte. Boom, boom, boom. The bullet was fired at Charlotte quickly. But it was too simple for Charlotte, who had a domineering look. Quickly shaking his head and shaking his body, the bullets dodged one after another. "Okay." Alex Jesse frowned instantly when he saw it, which gave him a bad feeling that this brat was not easy to deal with. After seeing so many pirates, Charlotte not only didn't panic at all, but plunged into the pile of pirates and waved the sword frantically. For a while, the pirates' limbs and limbs that were close to Charlotte flew around. Countless pirates howled. Charlotte ignored these wailings and focused on killing. Because in the process of killing, he felt the long-lost pleasure. This kind of killing made him very excited. The previous depression were well vented. Kill, kill, kill. Charlotte's eyes were red with blood on the weapon in his hand. Many pirates were intimidated by Charlotte's aura and did not dare to take the initiative to move forward. But if they don't take the initiative, it doesn't mean that Charlotte doesn't take the initiative. The more than 100 pirates could not cause any harm to Charlotte. Charlotte rushed into the pirate group like a tiger into a flock of sheep, slashing and killing wantonly. Damn! Alex Jesse showed an angry expression when he saw that most of his men were dead and injured. These crew members were collected by him after 3 or 4 years of hard work, and now they lost most of them on such a small island. Compared to Alex Jesse's wrath, those who were still at the port were surprised when they saw Charlotte, and even more shocked when they saw Charlotte killing people like chopping melons and vegetables. The bosses with long mouths couldn't believe it was Charlotte. Dry. Cool. Charlotte looked up to the sky and howled. An astonishing aura erupted from his body in an instant. This aura centered on Charlotte and radiated to the surroundings. After touching this aura, all the pirates and civilians fainted to the ground, not moving at all. This scene made Alex Jesse's eyes pop even more. This is domineering arrogance. How could this kid have domineering aura? How could Alex Jesse, as an old pirate who had been at sea for 3 or 4 years, not know the domineering look? And Charlotte is still addicted to killing. Regardless of whether they fell to the ground or not, they were harvesting frantically. Alex Jesse was terrified. And Ivan, who came belatedly, was also shocked by this powerful domineering aura. He swayed and couldn't stand still. What's the matter? Ivan supported the pillar next to him and looked in the direction of the battle with difficulty. He saw a scene that he will never forget. His boss, the crazy Slayer pirate, was the only one standing around him, and a 3-meter-high man on the platform. And this 3-meter-old man looked at Charlotte in shock. With a swing of the knife, the corpse of the last pirate was separated. After killing these pirates, Charlotte looked up to the sky and screamed, LOL, 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 LOL. A domineering aura of red mixed with lightning struck the surroundings again. Now Ivan completely lost consciousness. And Alex Jesse also squatted down with a knife in his hand to resist Charlotte's aura. Chapter 7. After killing the last pirate minion, Charlotte's originally scarlet eyes cleared up and regained her former spirit. And the endless domineering arrogance also disappeared because of it. Alex Jesse stood up, feeling the pressure disappearing from his body. He looked at Charlotte with fear in his eyes. You, who the hell are you? Alex Jesse smiled. My name is Rockefeller Charlotte. Charlotte now only feels that he is relaxed, and the pressure that has been suppressed has been released, which makes him feel very happy. Look at the captain of the pirate group. Charlotte raised the sword in her hand and looked at him. You will be my first step towards the sea. Charlotte looked at him lightly, her eyes filled with infinite confidence. Damn it, brat, stop talking big. I want you to avenge my crew. Alex Jesse reacted and rushed towards Charlotte with a big knife in his hand. Charlotte stared at the pirate captain all the time. Clang! There was a loud metal crash. Charlotte blocked Alex Jesse's full swing with one hand. Then with a slight force, Alex Jesse's knife was swung away. Then he swung his sword very quickly. In an instant, a long wound appeared on Alex Jesse's chest. Tilda. Alex Jesse was chopped off and fell to the ground screaming. The blood on his chest soaked his clothes, and a lot of blood flowed out. Alex Jesse stood up and looked at Charlotte fiercely. Then he threw the big knife in his hand. Just when Charlotte thought he was going to surrender, Alex Jesse yelled, You forced me to do this. Alex Jesse roared. His body swelled up. The whole person has undergone tremendous changes directly. Roll. Alex Jesse opened his bloody mouth at Charlotte. A person with fruit ability. Charlotte was surprised for a moment. She didn't expect this pirate to be a devil fruit-capable user. It seems that he is just an ordinary animal ability user. That's right, I'm the captain of the Bear Pirates, Alex Jesse the Bear. The huge black bear said to Charlotte. The wound on his chest that was scratched by Charlotte was healing quickly. Charlotte was amazed when she saw this scene. As expected of the animal department, the recovery ability is strong, but you don't think you can beat me with just a devil fruit, do you? Charlotte flicked the blood on the sword and said. Afterwards, he ignored the other party and rushed forward with one stride. The sword light flashed. Charlotte's long sword slashed towards the opponent's neck. And the savage bear Alex Jesse didn't back down, holding up a pair of huge bear paws and slapped Charlotte. The collision of sword and bear's paw. Charlotte was blocked by this huge force, and Charlotte's sword can barely cut through a layer of skin. Roll. Seeing that the opponent couldn't break through his defense, Alex Jesse's confidence increased greatly. As soon as Charlotte retracted her sword, she rushed over with her huge body. Charlotte quickly blocked with a horizontal sword. Bang! Click! Charlotte was knocked back 3 or 4 steps. The sword in his hand was also broken. The huge impact just now shattered Charlotte's sword. And this scene was just seen by the wild bear Alex Jesse. Kahahaha, brat, let me see how you can survive in my hands without your sword. Wild bear Alex Jesse laughed wildly. It seems that you haven't mastered the sword this year. Charlotte looked at the sword with only the hilt left, shrugged, and threw the hilt away. He twisted his neck and moved his fist. It seems that we still have to fight hand to hand. Charlotte looked at Alex Jesse, the wild bear, looking at him with fiery eyes. Tapping his toes, he jumped more than 10 meters away in an instant, came to the front of the wild bear Alex Jesse, and punched him. Bang! The wild bear was knocked down by Charlotte in those goods in an instant. Charlotte was emitting hot white air all over his body. Obviously, he was really serious. There was no time to give the wild bear a break. After the barbarian bear was roared, Charlotte rushed forward again. When he stood up in a daze, he punched him on the jaw. Wild bear Alex Jesse didn't even have a chance to resist and spat out a mouthful of blood. And there seemed to be something in that blood. Only the wild bear knew that it was his tongue. The wild bear was punched in the jaw, and the whole person flew upside down. Fly to the sky. And Charlotte took off again, came to the top of him, and slashed towards the bear's head fiercely with a whip leg. This leg seemed to be smashing Huashan Mountain, and it ruthlessly smashed the wild bear Alex Jesse into the sea. As devil fruit-capable users, the sea is their nemesis. Charlotte's chop directly smashed Alex Jesse back to his original state. Charlotte plunged into the sea and picked up the unconscious Alex Jesse. He picked up a long knife on the ground and slashed at Alex Jesse's head. In an instant, blood spattered, and the corpse was divided into 2 parts. Charlotte mentions that the head of Alex Jesse is hanging on the flagpole beside him. The battle ended very quickly, but the scene was indeed very chaotic. Whether it was killed by Charlotte or stunned by Charlotte's overlord color, they were all lying in this crowded port. Charlotte didn't care when they woke up either. After hanging the head of the wild bear, he walked towards the 3 parked pirate ships. He wanted to see if there were any good things in the 3 pirates. If there is a devil fruit, he earns it. No matter what kind of devil fruit it is, it can be sold for 20 million, and if it is powerful, it can be sold for more than a dozen or billion. But Charlotte obviously thought too much about these things. After searching all 3 pirate ships, there was nothing but a poor 1,000 million Baileys, and the more than 70 slaves who were about to be sold under the cabin. After Charlotte sensed that there were still people in the cabin, she was a little surprised, because when perceiving, their aura is very weak. It's like not eating for many days. When Charlotte walked into the cabin, she saw that the grey cabin was filled with tattered clothes, yellow and emaciated people sitting there without daring to say a word. "Who are you?" When Charlotte's voice appeared in the cabin, someone looked up at Charlotte at the entrance of the cabin. A young man appeared in this quiet cabin, looking extraordinarily weird. What's more, that boy was standing there covered in blood. Everyone shrank back subconsciously in fright. Charlotte looked around, but there was no reply. "Have to, I put a cold butt on my hot face." Charlotte turned around and wanted to leave. "Big, my lord, wait a minute." A panicked female voice sounded. Charlotte turned to look over. Although the cabin was extremely dark, Charlotte could still tell who was talking at a glance. Charlotte turned to look at the girl, quietly waiting for his reply. "My lord, we are from the kingdom of Cacna, and we were reduced to slaves after being breached by the bear pirates. Please save us." Chapter 8, 5 girls. "A slave," Charlotte said lightly. Then he walked up to the little girl. Although the girl's face was covered in ashes, she still couldn't hide her pretty face. No wonder he was caught as a slave. Charlotte looked at the girl in front of her and murmured. And the girl blushed a little when Charlotte stared at her. After all, Charlotte has long golden hair, a strong physique, and because of the battle, her clothes are slightly damaged, revealing the muscles that have been exercised for many years. Charlotte looked at the lock and then pulled it with her hand, and the lock broke with a sound. Charlotte opened the door and let the little girl out. It turned out that there was more than one girl in it. 4 girls came out, one after another. "I killed all the pirates above, and you are free." Charlotte looked at the 5 young and beautiful girls and said. The originally gloomy eyes of the 5 girls immediately brightened. Charlotte no longer cared about them, but went to all the cells one by one and broke the locks on them one by one. The detainees inside came out one after another. After doing all this, Charlotte walked out with her hands in her pockets. "Now that I have encountered these poor people, it doesn't matter to save them." He hated slaves anyway. After leaving the dim cabin, Charlotte took a deep breath. He only felt a moment of despair in the cabin just now, and Charlotte believed that he hadn't felt wrong. With his special knowledge, he could feel their despair. It's a bad feeling. It's no wonder that Baloric Redfield likes someone so much. Having the knowledge and knowledge of mind reading makes people feel the same way. Call. Take a light breath. Charlotte grabbed the box full of Bailey and stepped off the pirate ship. "Grown-ups." Just when Charlotte was about to go down, the familiar female voice sounded again. Charlotte turned and looked at them frowning. "What's the matter? You are already free. Why do you call me?" Charlotte was a little impatient. He just wants to get out of here. The girls glanced at each other. Immediately knelt down in front of Charlotte. "My lord, please take us in. We are willing to be cows and horses to repay your lord." Still the girl from before. Charlotte looked at the strong emotions shown by the 5 girls, which gave Charlotte a headache. He could feel that they were sincere. "Why?" asked Charlotte. After hearing his words, no one was silent, and a sense of sadness was revealed. This made Charlotte irritated again. He found that being too knowledgeable is not a good thing. "My lord, we are already homeless. Our kingdom is often attacked by pirates because we can't pay the gold in the sky. Now the whole kingdom has been destroyed, and that island has become a dead island. Only us are left. Damn, Those pirates stayed with us because they liked our appearance and wanted to sell us to slave traders, so please take us in." The girl knelt down in front of Charlotte and cried bitterly. Charlotte is also infected by her strong emotions. "You get up first." Charlotte stepped forward to help them up. "What are your names?" asked Charlotte. The girl in the lead said immediately, "My lord, my name is Bruce Martha." With blonde hair and blue eyes, Charlotte gave him a slight aristocratic salute. The girl next to Martha also introduced herself. "My lord, my name is Kenneth Janney." "My lord, my name is Louise Alice." "My lord, my name is Hebrew Nell." "My lord, my name is Janice Gillian." 5 girls introduced. Martha, Jenny, Alice Nell, Gillian Wright. Charlotte looked at the 5 girls and confirmed. "Yes, sir." The 5 girls said in unison. "Okay, you can follow me from now on. Be my maid. My name is Rockefeller Charlotte. You can call me young master from now on." Charlotte said lightly, "It's the young master." The 5 said in unison. Charlotte nodded in satisfaction. It is not a disadvantage for him to let these 5 beautiful little girls be his maids. Those who can be sold as slaves are certainly not bad. "Come with me." After speaking to them, Charlotte turned and walked towards the port. As for the others, Charlotte didn't care. "I am not their parents. I want to live on my own." "Hey, wake up for me." Charlotte walked up to Ivan and kicked Ivan with her feet. Ever since Ivan was stunned by his domineering look, he still hasn't woken up. Not to mention Ivan, even the others were lying on the pier unconscious. I didn't expect that the first time I awakened the domineering power of the domineering color is so powerful. Charlotte was secretly shocked in her heart. After kicking Ivan's waist, Ivan finally woke up in a daze. "Old boss." Ivan was startled when he saw Charlotte and then looked around. "See, where are the pirates?" Ivan looked around in panic and didn't see any pirates, only corpses and the name of the town lying on the ground. Charlotte pointed at the bear's head. Ivan followed Charlotte's finger to look. Eyes popped in an instant. The pirate who was killing all directions just now had his head cut off and hung on the flagpole. This, boss, did you do this?" Ivan pointed at his head tremblingly and said in disbelief. Charlotte nodded. "Why is my little brother so worthless? Hurry up, these 5 people will be handed over to you. They will become my maids. You should train them well." After Charlotte finished speaking, she no longer paid any attention to the trash Ivan. Fortunately, he had trained with him for 3 years, but in the end, he couldn't even support his domineering look, so why did he raise this trash? The more she thought about it, the more angry she became, and Charlotte went straight back to her mansion. It was getting dark soon, and I had fought a very frustrating battle. Only after returning to the mansion did Charlotte realize why the town was so quiet. It turned out that they all fainted. His domineering aura actually covered the entire town. Along the way, there are unconscious people everywhere. When I got home, no one cooked for myself. And after Charlotte arrived home, Ivan also led 5 little maids over. "Ivan, you came just in time. Go and prepare food for me. I need to replenish my strength." Charlotte looked at Ivan with indifferent eyes and said. And Ivan was also very respectful and led the 5 little maids to the kitchen. Although this Ivan doesn't have much strength, handling things really suits his wishes. That's why he was able to stay by Charlotte's side for 4 years. Charlotte sat on the sofa and began to recall the battle just now. I awakened the domineering look and arrogance in the very carefree. This feeling made my thoughts very clear, and I felt extremely comfortable and happy. That kind of feeling is the feeling only after killing wildly. Could it be that I feel comfortable because of killing then I have become an executioner. When did I become so perverted? Charlotte stroked her chin and said, Chapter 9, The Town's Hero. Ever since the bear pirates invaded the town and were killed by Charlotte, this town knows they have a hero in their town. Would Charlotte like an orange? As Charlotte walked in the town, all the townspeople looked at him kindly. This made Charlotte a little embarrassed. No, no, no. Charlotte waved her hand quickly. Boss, today our Wild Wolf gang collects protection fees and no one refuses. Even those big businessmen are very active in paying protection fees. Ivan followed Charlotte and reported on his work. Oh, there are also people who pay protection fees at the door. Gong Yifen was puzzled. In the past, the Wild Wolf gang collected protection fees and all the townspeople avoided it. But now it is interesting to take the initiative to pay them. Boss, it's all thanks to you. Since you saved the entire town by yourself last time, you defeated the bear pirates alone and maintained the safety of the town. Everyone is actively seeking your protection. Ivan looked at Charlotte with admiration. Charlotte also smiled after hearing this. This feeling is quite good. Martha's 5 maids followed Charlotte and looked at everything around them curiously. Their previous kingdom was said to be a kingdom, but it was a small island with a population of more than 1 people, and the island was barren without even a decent port, which resulted in the small island not even having merchant ships. Naturally, there is no prosperity here. Mr. Charlotte. Mr. Charlotte. When Charlotte walked into the port, people around bowed down to say hello. Charlotte also nodded with a smile. Charlotte walked into the port where 3 pirate ships were parked. The pirate flag on the top has been torn off. Looking at these 3 somewhat dilapidated pirate ships, they are still very small, only 50 meters long. Ivan, is there a shipbuilder in our town? Charlotte turned to Ivan and asked. Boss, our port is dedicated to serving merchant ships. Of course there are shipbuilders, but they are not top-notch shipbuilders. They only build small boats and repair them. Ivan explained. Charlotte rubbed his chin when he heard it. He planned to go to sea at the age of 17 or 18. At that time he must have a better boat. Otherwise, let him go to sea in a small wooden barrel like Luffy. That's not him. The life I want to live. How much money do we have in our account, and how much do I need to build a ship? Charlotte asked Ivan. He was still a little unclear about the price of Pirate World. Boss, it depends on how big your boat is. If it is less than 50 meters, it will cost 6,000 to 50 million billy, and if it is more than meters, it will be about million billy. If it cannot be manufactured, it depends on the material, of course. If the material is good, it is normal for the price to double. Ivan analyzed it to Charlotte. Charlotte rubbed her chin and listened to Ivan's analysis. How much protection fee do we currently charge per month? Charlotte asked, and he found that he was still short of money. It is only 3 or 4 years before I go to sea, and it is necessary to build a ship that can sail in the second half of the Great Route in these 3 or 4 years. Based on the protection fees collected this month, the total is about 300 million Baileys. After deducting the phone bill, there are about 200 million left. The big part of it is your food expenses, boss. Ivan said. Charlotte looked at him in shock when she heard that her food cost almost 100 million and asked him to make an explanation. Seeing the puzzled gaze of the boss, Ivan smiled wryly. Boss, your daily food is either sea kings or wild beasts in the mountains. Hunters need to hunt and kill these, and we buy them. This requires a lot of Baileys, otherwise no one wants to hunt in the sea or in the mountains. After hearing Ivan's words, Charlotte was silent. She would spend nearly 1 million a month on food. If the equipment she trained was added, there would not be much money left for this month's protection fee. How to build a ship. How about this? I will take care of the food in the future. You don't need to buy it. Charlotte decides to go to the sea to hunt Neptunes by herself, which can also achieve the effect of exercise, but it will be more dangerous. But otherwise, she will be poor by herself sooner or later. Yes, boss. Ivan nodded. Renovate these 3 pirate ships. From now on, they will be my fishing boats for hunting Neptunes. Take the time to remodel them. Charlotte said to Ivan. Yes. Ivan bowed slightly in response. After watching all this, Charlotte left the port. He needs training. Coming to the deserted beach, Charlotte stood in the sea with her sword in hand. Facing the waves, Charlotte kept waving her arms. Just to cut through the barrier in my heart. This training lasts for 3 months. For these 3 months, Charlotte did nothing but waved his sword at the sea. Somehow, this day after day of swinging the sword really made him famous. The sword light flashed. Charlotte swung a flying slash, 10 meters long. Seeing the 10-meter-long slash along the beach, Charlotte was about to cry. After swinging the sword for a year and a half, he finally made a name for himself. I have reached the realm of swordsman, right? His own strength has almost reached the level of ordinary lieutenant generals. In addition to not knowing how to be armed and domineering, Charlotte believes that even if she meets a lieutenant general, she can touch it. Formidable power, as well as the sword hero's symbol of flying and slashing, and the color of knowledge that can cover thousands of miles, and his color of knowledge can predict the future and read minds, as well as this domineering arrogance. But the arrogance of the domineering color has been released since the last time. After one time, she never showed it again, but Charlotte was not discouraged. It was her own who could control it sooner or later. Now that she has mastered flying slash, Charlotte is overjoyed. Holding a long sword in his hand, he slashed wantonly at the beach. Well, Seeing the entire beach being plowed by herself, Charlotte couldn't hold back the joy in her heart anymore and laughed wildly on the beach. And this scene was seen by 5 maids standing by the beach. They all looked at Charlotte with radiance, their eyes filled with admiration. After Charlotte swung another slash, sheathed her sword. Back on the beach. Master. Each of the 5 maids served Charlotte with something like a towel. Charlotte wiped her sweat with a towel. Walk home. Charlotte handed the sword to Gillian and said, Yes, young master. The 5 maids said playfully. After returning to his villa, Ivan walked over. Boss, there are not many Neptunes in the kitchen. I need you to kill some. Ivan looked at Charlotte and said, Okay, I see. In the past 3 months, I have almost killed all the sea kings around this island. I will look deep tomorrow. After 3 months of hunting, the nearby sea kings, or the kings of the offshore or slightly larger fish, were basically killed by Charlotte. Chapter 10, Treasure Chest. The next morning, Charlotte took a dozen younger brothers out to sea on the fishing boat, transformed from the 3 pirate ships. These dozen or so boys are good at sailing boats. After knowing that Charlotte was going to go out to sea to hunt Neptunes, they all volunteered to control the fishing boat for Charlotte. The fishing boat sailed out of the port towards the unknown sea. It was the first time Charlotte had driven this far. Seeing that the port quickly disappeared before his eyes, Charlotte collected her mind and was ready to fight at any time. Captain, there is a ship ahead. When Charlotte was sailing on the sea, a pirate ship stared at them. Charlotte stood on the deck, closed her eyes, and sensed with knowledge. Suddenly, a ship appeared in his knowledge-colored area. This made Charlotte a little interested. I didn't expect to encounter a ship just an hour after I went to sea, and I didn't know if it was a pirate ship or a merchant ship. Just when Charlotte was thinking, a loud noise came from afar. Have to, don't think about it. It must be a pirate ship. Charlotte opened her eyes and watched the shells hit her ship. However, the gunner on the opposite side was a bit poorly aimed, and the shells all fell around his own ship. But even so, it still panicked the sailors on board. "Don't panic, I'm still here." Charlotte's voice clearly reached the ears of all sailors on the ship. A dozen sailors forcibly suppressed the panic in their hearts and looked at Charlotte. "You operate the ships and hand over these pirates to me." After finishing speaking, Charlotte jumped up and hit a cannonball with her fist. Based on Charlotte's knowledge, she knew that the shell might hit the ship, so Charlotte blew it up with a punch in advance. Bang! With a loud noise, the bomb exploded in the air, and Charlotte landed on the deck unscathed. "Boss is awesome." Seeing this scene, more than a dozen sailor boys roared angrily. Charlotte smiled. "And the opposing pirate group?" "Captain, the other party is not easy to mess with." A sailor with a telescope frowned and said, after seeing Charlotte blow up the shell with his bare hands, "What are you afraid of? So many of our brothers are still afraid that he will fail as a brat. Come over to me." The pirate captain pushed the watchman and ordered the helmsman to speak. "Yes, Captain." Watching the pirate group approaching him and the others, Charlotte smiled. At first, she was worried that the other party would consume him with shells, but they passed the exam by themselves. "Don't panic, I'll meet him." Charlotte jumped up, stepped on the air, and rushed towards the opposing pirate group. This is what Charlotte learned from the moon step in the 6th form of the Navy. Because she only knows some principles, Charlotte can't exert the full power of the moon step and can only fly short distances and at low altitudes. But it is more than enough to deal with the pirate group in front of him. "Boy, who are you?" The pirate captain looked at the kid who suddenly appeared on his ship and said fearfully. Originally thought it was just a small role, but it turned out to be a big enemy. "Aren't you pirates?" Looking at the huge pirate flag on the top of the ship, he said, without waiting for the pirate captain to speak. Charlotte charged straight at the pirate captain, punching him in the face. Bang! The pirate captain was knocked down heavily to the ground. "Give it to me." The pirate captain covered half of his face and pointed at Charlotte's pirates. For Charlotte's sudden attack, the pirate captain was very angry. Charlotte smiled slightly, looking at the many little pirates. Charlotte didn't even have the thought of drawing a sword and raised her fists to meet them. Bang, bang, bang. Charlotte quickly rushed into the crowd, and before they even had a chance to react, they were all knocked down to the ground one by one. The pirates who fell on the ground were basically all dead. Either their chests were hammered or their heads were blown apart. None of them were intact. "What?" Seeing this scene, the pirate captain was so frightened that he kicked his legs wildly and couldn't help stepping back. Charlotte looked at him with bloody fists. Jumping in front of him, without even giving him a chance to speak, she jumped in front of him and punched him hard. Bang! The pirate captain was killed instantly, and his head was directly broken. Looking at the headless corpse, as well as the blood and broken flesh sticking to his body. Since when did I become so perverted? I don't have a single life left. Charlotte looked at the corpse on the deck and said. Then he waved at himself to take a fishing boat and let them come over. And when Charlotte rushed over, those sailors were already lying on the side of the boat watching their boss show his might. Seeing the boss wave his hand, more than a dozen sailors hurriedly operated the boat and approached. "Old boss." Several sailors jumped over, seeing the corpse on this deck. Their legs trembled. "Pile up all these corpses and use them to lure sea kings." Charlotte commanded. He doesn't want to wander around in this boundless sea. Instead of looking for them by himself, it's better to let them come by themselves. "Yes, yes," several sailors said tremblingly. Charlotte walked into the cabin to see if she could find any treasures. As a result, I turned around and found nothing but a treasure chest in the captain's room. Look at this treasure chest. Could it be a devil fruit inside? Charlotte looked at the treasure chest with trembling hands and said, "After all, the size of this treasure chest is only the size of a devil fruit. Maybe I'm really lucky. I encountered a devil fruit the first time I went to sea." Looking at the lock above, Charlotte pulled it open with all her strength. Open tremblingly. Okay. What is this? Charlotte looked at the blueprint in his hand and wondered. Could it be some treasure map? Charlotte looked at the road maps in the picture. Maybe it really is a treasure map. Could it be the place where the pirate captain's treasure is hidden? But where is this place? Charlotte didn't know where the chart was from. Accept it for the time being and see if you will find something later. After putting away the blueprints, Charlotte found a few more bounty sheets. Inside is their reward. Cut! A pirate with only 100 Baileys dares to be so arrogant. Looking at the numbers on the bounty, Charlotte said disdainfully. After rummaging through the captain's room, I found almost 600 million Bailey. With this money, I am ready to search again. Boss, help, there are a lot of Neptunes. Suddenly, Charlotte heard the younger brother's voice. A lot of sea kings, how much is that? Charlotte's knowledge has spread. Yes, this is incredible. How many sea kings are these? Did I poke the nest of sea kings? Charlotte hurried out of the captain's cabin. Look at the Neptunes all around this pirate ship. Quick, throw the corpse over there and lure these sea kings away. Escape here quickly. Charlotte's anxious commander. Many sailors operated the ship in a panic. Boss, Neptunes are blocking the way. The helmsman saw the Neptune, screaming in despair. Hateful. Charlotte drew the long sword from her waist. Chapter 11, Attack of the Sea Kings. Charlotte stood at the bow of the boat and looked at the sea kings that were meters in size. How could it attract so many Neptunes? Charlotte looked at the Neptune in front of him in disbelief. Boss, the sea kings are attacking us. At the stern, several younger brothers shouted in horror. Charlotte frowned, didn't think about anything, and rushed to the stern with a stride. A huge tail was seen smashing towards the ship. Charlotte rushed up without thinking. Contains a full blow and punch on the tail of the Sea King. In an instant, a huge hole was opened at the tail of the Sea King. This was punched by Charlotte. Mu Tilda. The Neptune, which is 10 meters in size with just one head exposed, screamed in pain. And this call started a chain reaction. The 7 or 8 Sea Kings surrounding Charlotte's ship launched an attack together. Charlotte felt the anger of these Neptunes, one after another, under the sense of domineering and knowledgeable. Damn it, why are these Sea Kings dishonestly staying on the bottom of the sea and going to the sea? Charlotte didn't think that just dozens of corpses could attract these dozens of 100-meter-sized Neptunes. Seeing 7 or 8 Sea Kings attacking at the same time, Charlotte's expression changed drastically. Hold on to the handrails around you. Charlotte let out a loud roar to remind the people on board to be careful. And Charlotte plunged headlong into the sea, rushing towards the Neptunes. Stepping on the moon steps and galloping on the sea. He rushed to the head of a Sea King with a body size of about 70 meters, pulled out his long sword, swung it hard, and the 10-meter-long flying slash hit the head of the Sea King. Ho, 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 Tilda. The huge slash cut through the body of the Sea King in an instant, creating a 10-meter-long gash from the beginning to the end. A lot of blood splashed on the sea. The injured Neptune rolled its huge body in pain, beating against the waves. Seeing the Sea Kings struggling so fiercely, Charlotte didn't dare to let him struggle anymore. He was full of knowledge and domineering, and saw that someone on the boat had fallen into the sea due to the waves. Charlotte swung backhand again. Another 10-meter-long slash hit the injured Neptune. This Neptune, which looks like a giant whale, completely lost its resistance. Charlotte felt the disappearance of the Neptune's aura with a sense of knowledge, and there was no ink stain, and she continued to step on the corpse of the Neptune. Go save that hapless bastard. Help, Galulu, help. The little boy was sucked into the sea, because the waves of the sea were sucked into the sea from time to time, and he frantically called for help. Charlotte's legs jumped up, and in an instant she rushed to the side of the younger brother who fell into the water, and as soon as she stretched out her hand, she picked him up and threw him on the deck. Hold on to the handrails. Don't let go. Wait for me to deal with these Neptunes. Charlotte yelled. After hearing Charlotte's voice, everyone on board hugged the armrests around them nervously. And because of Charlotte's efforts to save people, the Sea Kings have already swam to the side of the pirate ship. Charlotte was in a hurry. This is the boat I'm looking for. This boat is obviously still new, and it will be a good boat after a little modification after returning home, but it can't just be destroyed by Neptunes. Charlotte stepped on the deck and jumped onto the head of the Sea King, who was the first to approach the ship, stabbing fiercely with her sword. The sword energy entered the body in an instant, crazily destroying the brains of Neptunes. The endless sword energy shredded everything, and the Sea Kings died instantly. Without hesitation, Charlotte continued to rush towards the other Sea King. And the death of two companions in an instant also made the Neptunes realize that Charlotte is their threat. One by one, they gave up the action of besieging the ships in an instant, but surrounded Charlotte. Charlotte stood on the corpses of the dead Sea Kings, holding a sword and looking at these Sea Kings. The two sides were deadlocked. But it didn't last long, and a huge squid waved its tentacles and attacked Charlotte. Charlotte flashed quickly. He didn't want to carry this squid with a size of meters. If Charlotte's guess is correct, this squid is the boss of this group of Sea Kings. After seeing the squid move, the other Neptunes also started to move. But this gave Charlotte room to maneuver. The Neptunes surrounding them were very large, but Charlotte's height of less than 2 meters became an advantage. Charlotte kept jumping on the heads of various Sea Kings, attracting all kinds of attacks to hit them on her own. And Charlotte wields flying slash from time to time. In just such a meal of tea, 2 more were hacked to death by Charlotte. Oh, Tilda! Raw Tilda! The Sea Kings, surrounding Charlotte, burst into angry roars. But there were also terrified voices. Some small Sea Kings have already dived into the sea and disappeared under Charlotte's knowledge. There are only 3 Neptunes still on the surface of the sea. Among them is the squid Neptune. And the sea in Quamban Botau strangely returned to calm. 3 Sea Kings surrounded Charlotte in a state of siege. And Charlotte is also vigilant and ready to fight back at any time. The 4 ships following Charlotte had already been washed away by the waves far away from the battlefield. Those crew members also watched Charlotte's battle with binoculars. Charlotte swallowed. I feel a little uneasy. Suddenly, a scene appeared in my mind. Xia Lu hurriedly fled here on the moon steps. At the moment of Charlotte's action, the squid that was facing Charlotte sprayed a large amount of ink, spraying to the place where Charlotte was originally standing. In an instant, the surface of the sea where Charlotte was standing was pitch black within a radius of meters. And Charlotte, who was jumping in the air, was frightened into a cold sweat when she saw this scene. Not because of the ink. But the squid's ink is actually corrosive, which Charlotte didn't expect. Looking at the original Sea King corpse, the corroded one has shrunk in size. What kind of Neptune is this? It's also corrosive. Why isn't it in the anime? Charlotte murmured in shock. Fortunately, I saw this scene. Otherwise, I might have really confessed here today. Charlotte said, with lingering fear. Then came deep anger. He fixed his eyes, looked at the huge squid staring at him, and raised his hands with a wave. A chopping wave of more than 10 meters slashed at the squid. However, the huge body of the squid does not have such a fast speed to dodge. He could only raise his tentacles to protect his front. After chopping wave hit the tentacle, it cut the tentacles down the middle in an instant. Ang tilde. A loud hiss sounded. A large amount of ink sprayed out from the squid's body and scattered in all directions. This stunned the two next to it and quickly fled away from it. And Charlotte took advantage of its painful neighing, took a stride in the air, and rushed to the squid with a long sword and swung it out. Instantly split the squid in half from top to bottom. Chapter 12, The Mayor's Invitation. The huge sea king squid died instantly, and countless inks were discharged from the body. There is not even a place for Charlotte to settle down. You can only step on its body. And the other two Neptunes died instantly when they saw the boss. They also flicked their tails and plunged into the sea, disappearing in Charlotte's sharp-smelling arrogance in an instant. Charlotte stepped on the squid carcass floating on the sea, looking at the dark sea around her. Killed 5 Neptunes, and the others fled. Looking at the messy sea, Charlotte sat down on the ground. The continuous high-intensity explosions consumed a lot of his physical strength, and he was very tired. Xia Lu sat on the squid's body and didn't ask her younger brother to pick him up, but regained her strength. Moreover, the sea was covered with squid's corrosive ink, and Charlotte didn't dare to ask them to bring the boat over. After about half an hour, the ink on the sea surface finally disappeared. Charlotte waved her hand towards the 4 ships. The 4 lookouts who had been watching saw Charlotte's order in an instant. Immediately, a boat came out of the 4 boats and slowly sailed towards Charlotte. It didn't take long for Charlotte to jump on board. Quick, drag up the corpses of these sea kings and leave this sea immediately. After getting on the boat, Charlotte immediately commanded. He was afraid that those large sea kings would come over after staying here for a long time. It is very difficult for him to deal with those meter ones now, and Charlotte can just give up on those 1,000-meter ones. Yes, boss. More than a dozen crew members on the ship threw hooks one after another, caught the Sea King's corpse, and then steered the ship towards their 3 ships. There are only a dozen people in the 4 boats, and the movements are slower. After the 4 ships were connected together, they dragged the 4 Sea Kings towards their island. There were originally 5 heads, but one of them was contaminated with squid ink, and Charlotte dared not drag it back to eat. The 4 ships quickly left the sea area, and this sea area has also returned to tranquility, as if nothing happened. The route is watched by the navigator. Charlotte was not worried that the boat would go awry. At this time, Charlotte was eating food at the dining table. He needs to replenish his energy. This time they hunted and killed 4 Neptunes, but they did not accomplish their intended goal at all. However, considering that those Neptunes would fight back, Charlotte decided to go back. Moreover, although the Sea Kings hunted this time seem to be few, their size is indeed huge. They are all about meters long, enough for Charlotte to feed for a month. After waiting for a month, Charlotte brought people here to hunt. Overall, however, the trip was very successful. After capturing a very new pirate ship and the heads of more than 1,000 million people, they can send people to the Navy's G8 branch to exchange for bounties, which is also a considerable income. Soon the boat arrived at the island from which they started. Looking at the black dot on the sea level, they all knew it was their home. The moment they saw the island, many young people who went to sea for the first time cried. They almost died this time. If not for their boss, they would have thrown their bodies into the ocean long ago. For a moment, the younger brother looked at Charlotte with admiration in his eyes. Charlotte also felt the emotions of many younger brothers, but said nothing, and continued to eat the food prepared in advance. The ship quickly approached the port. Countless townspeople, dock workers, and businessmen at the port watched closely. They were either wondering where the fourth ship came from, and they were surprised that there were 4 giant Macs dragging behind the 4 ships. That's right, in the eyes of these townspeople, the Sea Kings with a length of nearly meters are giants. If those merchant ships or fishing boats saw these Sea Kings, they would basically end up with shipwreck and death. It was the first time I saw someone who was able to hunt and kill Neptunes. After the ship docked, Charlotte was the first to jump off. And Ivan, who received the news, stood on the shore with more than 20 big hands in black suits. Behind Ivan, there were 5 beautiful maids standing aside respectfully. After Charlotte got off the boat, Ivan walked up in an instant. "Boss, how is this trip? It's a great reward, right? Come back so early." Ivan asked with a slight bow. While Charlotte was picking her teeth with a toothpick, she pointed behind her. "It's not bad, although it's a bit dangerous, but it still saved the day. I harvested 4 Sea Kings of about 8 meters away and captured a pirate ship. You can take the head of the pirate captain later and go to the nearby G branch to exchange some rewards." Charlotte walked ashore while talking, and Ivan quietly followed Charlotte to remember. Ivan didn't speak until after Charlotte finished giving her orders. "Okay, boss, I'll arrange for someone to do it in a while." Now, because of Charlotte, the Wild Wolf gang is developing very rapidly, and there are a lot more people. Some things, Ivan doesn't have to do it himself. "Well, go prepare some food. I'm going to take a shower," Charlotte said again. Ivan nodded and looked towards the queen, and the 5 maids who followed immediately understood and walked to the villa first. "Mr. Charlotte, Mr. Charlotte." Along the way, there were the voices of townspeople and businessmen saying hello again. Now Charlotte is used to it. "Mr. Charlotte, the mayor is looking for you." Just when Charlotte was about to go home, a man in the uniform of the security team suddenly appeared and said respectfully to Charlotte. Charlotte knew this man and often dealt with him because of the Wild Wolf gang. "Mayor." Charlotte was a little puzzled when she heard the name. Why is the mayor looking for him? Although puzzled, Charlotte followed the captain of the security team and walked over. He also wanted to see what the mayor was up to. "You must know that the pirates he killed and came to destroy were not received by the mayor last time, but today he was called over by the mayor. I don't know why." After waving at Ivan, Charlotte followed the security captain and left. Not long after, Charlotte was taken to a coffee shop by the captain of the security team. Charlotte walked in, but didn't see the mayor, only a middle-aged man covered in jewels. After the captain of the security team brought Charlotte to the middle-aged man, he bent down and backed out. "You are." Charlotte frowned and looked at the middle-aged man, feeling slightly displeased. Intuition told him that this person was not a good person. "Ha ha ha, I have long heard that we have a hero in Kame Island. This is our first meeting. My name is Randolph Chamberlain. I am the new mayor of Kame Island. Nice to meet you, Kame Island hero." Randolph Chamberlain stood up and held out his hand to shake Charlotte's. After Charlotte looked at the other party's outstretched hand, she was also taken aback for a moment and then shook it. Chapter 13. The 2 sides shook hands. Charlotte felt the new life on the opposite side of her mind. "This kid is the hero of Kame Island. Isn't he too young? I hope it won't stop my plan." This is what Charlotte sensed when she touched the opponent's hand. Sure enough, there are ghosts. Charlotte was alert in her heart. "Hello, Mr. Chamberlain. Where is the last Mr. Mayor?" Charlotte greeted each other, still holding his hand. Chamberlain wanted to pull out his hand, but he couldn't pull it out after moving, so he curled his lips and asked him to continue holding it. Is this brat gay? Randolph Chamberlain muttered to himself, but nothing showed on his face. Damn it for calling me gay. There was a black line in Charlotte's heart. The last mayor retired to me because he was getting old. I don't know where he is now. I heard he went on a trip. Chamberlain pretended to think. Damn it, why does this brat have so many questions? How do I know where that old guy is? The damn old guy cheated me for million Baileys and ran away. I haven't found him yet. Chamberlain cursed secretly. Charlotte breathed a sigh of relief. He thought that the old mayor was killed by this Chamberlain. If so, he would avenge him at least. Who let him receive the favor of the old mayor when he was a child. Then I don't know why Mr. Mayor is looking for me. Charlotte continued to ask. Ha ha, it's okay. I just wanted to meet our Kamei Island heroes just after I took office, and I will get to know them by the way, and I will take care of them in the future. Chamberlain and Charlotte shook hands, and there was an expression on their faces that they wanted to meet their idol. If Charlotte didn't know how to read minds, she would really be fooled by this fat bastard. HMPH, I'm a subordinate of Yumi's, the king of the sea. He came here specially to open up the situation in the second half of the Great Route. This island is our checkpoint. Shipping King. Charlotte heard the name of the Sea King in his heart. This is one of the 6 underground kings of the Dark World that is famous in later generations. They are eyeing here. This is not a good thing. Seeing Charlotte frowned, Chamberlain froze for a moment. Is there anything wrong with what I said, Mr. Charlotte? Seeing Charlotte frowning, Chamberlain asked. Nothing, nothing. I just thought of something and lost my mind. Charlotte smiled and let go of the opponent's hand and said, Oh, is Mr. Charlotte busy? Seeing that Charlotte let go of his hand, Chamberlain quickly took it back, then sat down and asked. Charlotte also sat opposite. Nothing, just some trivial matters. That's good. If you have anything to do in the future, just come to me and I will definitely do it. Chamberlain patted his chest with his hand full of rings and said, That's fine. I will trouble you, Mr. Mayor, said Charlotte. Hearing the words Mr. Mayor, Chamberlain smiled and raised his glass. I will hold a banquet in 2 days, and I will invite Mr. Charlotte, the hero of Kamei Island, to join us. Chamberlain looked at Charlotte and invited. No problem, it's all trivial. Charlotte now also knows what the mayor is up to. I just want to change this island into a transfer station in the transportation route of the Sea King, and I want to ask Charlotte for help. With Charlotte as a local snake, his Chamberlain's work can also be carried out quickly. After having a drink, the two chatted for a while and then parted ways. Charlotte left the cafe. Who would have thought that a coffee shop would serve red wine? A little drunk Charlotte returned to the villa. It's ridiculous to say that it's been 4 years since time travel, and the first time I drink alcohol is in a coffee shop, which is also a miracle. Master. Boss. Seeing Charlotte walking unsteadily, the 5 little maids and Ivan immediately ran over to help Charlotte. This made Charlotte, who was slightly drunk, immediately sober up a lot. Seeing the 2 maids supporting her, Charlotte felt a little hot. Are you home yet? Charlotte looked at her villa with a blushing face, then ignored Ivan's support and walked to the room with the 2 maids in her arms. This made the faces of the other 3 maids very red and made Ivan very embarrassed. You 3 stay outside the door, Ivan said to the remaining 3 maids, then turned and left. After all, he can't be present alone as a man. 3 red-faced maids remained outside the door of the room. 3 polls the next day. Charlotte woke up slowly. What? Charlotte sat up, touched her head and shook her head. Some dizzy. I drank too much yesterday. As soon as Charlotte woke up, she found that there were 2 slippery hands on her chest beside her. This. Charlotte grabbed both arms and looked left and right. How could Martha and Jenny be by their side? Seeing the two maids lying beside him in disheveled clothes, their clothes were torn to pieces. What did you do yesterday? Charlotte quickly lifted the quilt. In an instant, the spring light appeared. Charlotte hastily pulled up the quilt again. And Charlotte's big action quickly woke up Martha and Jenny. Master! Martha and Jenny got up from the bed as soon as they saw Charlotte wake up. Standing naked in front of him, with not a single thread left on his body. Charlotte's face turned red instantly. And Martha and Jenny also reflected it, and their faces blushed instantly. Get up, get up. Charlotte stammered, then quickly found her clothes, put them on, and walked out quickly. When I came outside the room, I saw 3 maids standing outside the door, holding toiletries in their hands. You take it in and wash them both. After Charlotte finished speaking, she left without looking back. Stay with the 3 dazed maids. Then the 3 maids looked enviously at the 2 girls lying on the bed. Charlotte walked out of the villa alone, without anyone following her. He also carried a sword at his waist. He needs to be calm and calm. What happened last night is still vivid in his mind. He needs to calm down and accept this reality. As a virgin man in his 30s in his previous life, he was a little confused to have 2 more women all of a sudden. Pulling out the long sword, he vented the depression in his heart fiercely on the beach. For a moment, sword spirits raged on the beach. More than a dozen deep ravines were ploughed on the beach. However, these gullies were quickly washed away by the seawater that rushed up. After Charlotte swung a few sword kai casually and slashed, she slowly relaxed her heart. There is a sense of that sage time. Then Charlotte's eyes narrowed again. With Charlotte's center of circle, an aura erupted from Charlotte in an instant. This is domineering. After the outbreak last time, Charlotte didn't use it anymore, not because she didn't want to use it, but because she couldn't control it. Unexpectedly, this time it was released again by mistake. Charlotte quickly restrained her mind and felt the domineering arrogance in her body. Wanting to remember this feeling so I can take control of it. Chapter 14. A long time. When the domineering look was about to disappear, Charlotte's eyes suddenly opened. An invisible aura erupted again with Charlotte as the center. This time the domineering aura was stronger than the one just now. The waves were shaken and rippled. The coconut leaves on the beach were also shaken by the shock. Charlotte looked at the sea fish, stunned by her domineering look, and laughed. I'm such a genius. As soon as Charlotte thought about it, she immediately put away her domineering look. The surroundings returned to calm again. Only the sea fish that was washed to death on the beach by the waves knew what had just happened. Ha 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 ha, I can finally control the domineering look freely, and I am one step closer to the ranks of the strong. Charlotte swung the long sword in his hand recklessly. Sword kai slashing strikes appeared on the beach continuously. It seems that the length of the sword energy has also become larger. Observing this scene, he couldn't help being delighted again. Continue to slash without restraint until you are exhausted. Time passed slowly in Charlotte's training. The time has come to 1480 in the lunar calendar. For the past year, Charlotte has been training at the beach every day instead of going to the mountains. And because of the ravages of the rocks pirates at sea, there are a lot of pirates in the sea today. Nowadays, basically every other month, a pirate group will appear in the port to come ashore to rob. Instead, some people were killed by Charlotte one after another, and they were exchanged for bounties. And every time the bounty was offered, the group of younger brothers under Charlotte went to collect it separately, and no one noticed Charlotte. And because of Charlotte cleaning up the pirates, This island is very safe. In addition, this place has become a transit point for sea transportation to Yumi's, and this place has also become prosperous. The number of people on the island has also gradually increased, from more than 1,000 people 5 years ago to more than 7,000 people now, which has doubled several times. And these people all escaped from the second half of the New World and were rescued by Charlotte. In short, Charlotte's name speaks a lot on this island. And Chamberlain, the Sea King's subordinate, changed his face instantly when facing Charlotte after seeing Charlotte's method of killing pirates. He would discuss everything with Charlotte, which annoyed Charlotte very much. Finally pushed Ivan out and asked Ivan to discuss with him. And because the number of pirates has become more and more, you can't let Charlotte go on all the pirates. In the second half of last year, Charlotte picked out more than 50 talented subordinates and used her knowledge, domineering perception, and all of them were her loyal followers. Charlotte decided to train them 1 day a week. These people are either Charlotte's brothers or slaves rescued by Charlotte. They followed Charlotte to train one after another, and they are also good players now. 5 or 6 of the idle pirates can't get in. Some people even learned 1 or 2 styles of the Navy's 6 styles. These people will be Charlotte's support when she goes to sea. Some people were also arranged by Charlotte to learn some sailing knowledge. Among them, Charlotte asked Chamberlain to help solve it. He is a subordinate of the Sea King. I must have known many navigators, doctors, and boatmen. The navigator is the most important thing. Charlotte asked Ivan to draw out a few cronies to study with the navigator and recruited a few doctors to let Charlotte's dozen or so maids study. In 1 year, Charlotte rescued many traffic slaves, including many female slaves, and many of them were homeless, so Charlotte arranged them to serve her. Not to mention the boatmen and cooks. There are ready-made ones on this small island. When the time comes, I can gather more than a dozen boatmen and chefs in an instant with an order. Navigator, cook, and boatman, these 3 are necessary talents for going to sea. Charlotte has it all. Only the boat remained. Originally, Charlotte only planned to build a boat of more than 50 meters. Because the cost is not enough, but with the increase of pirates, Charlotte's Bailey is also rising rapidly. Now those who protect Fei Xiaoliu don't like it anymore. After knowing that Charlotte was building a ship, Chamberlain also expressed his support. He knew Charlotte was in the pool. He has killed more than 1,000 pirates this year alone. And this matter was also reported to the Sea King by him. The Sea King immediately expressed his interest in Charlotte. Collected information on Charlotte when I saw that Charlotte was only a teenager. In my heart, I sighed again that a monster appeared. Then let Chamberlain better Charlotte, but can't reveal his identity. In this way, Chamberlain supported what Charlotte wanted. If he wanted a navigator, he recruited a navigator for Charlotte, and if he wanted materials, he directly ordered the best materials for Charlotte. Although it is not the top Adam treasure tree, it is also the best material besides the Adam treasure tree. When Charlotte saw that she had the funds, materials, and boatmen, she waved her hand directly. Build a huge ship that is 20 meters long, 30 meters wide, and meters high. Now this ship is being built at the port, and it is estimated that it will be completed in about a year. There is no way. There are too few boatmen. There are only more than 7,000 people in the whole island, and there are only more than 70 boatmen. Among them, there were only a dozen or so people who built the ship for Charlotte. However, there are still 3 years before Charlotte goes to sea, and Charlotte is not in a hurry. He has already mastered the armed color domineering. Now every day is either training the little brother or practicing armed domineering. The days are also considered fulfilling. As for how he practiced his armed domineering, let's start with a group of pirates a few months ago. A big pirate with a bounty of $1 million suddenly appeared in the port of Kame Island. Charlotte instantly felt the deep malice of the other party. Charlotte didn't talk nonsense. The meeting was like a flying slash. The 30-meter long flying slash instantly struck the pirate ship at a distance of hundreds of meters. I thought that this group of pirates would be killed by me in an instant, but I didn't expect a person to jump out and rush in front of the pirate ship, blocking his attack with a pair of fists. Although he was also injured, he was still successfully blocked, which made Charlotte a little interested. Let the gang of pirates on the opposite side anchor the ship in the port. However, Charlotte also asked the people in the port to retreat in advance, leaving him alone to face the gang of pirates. This group of pirates did not lose their reputation as pirates. At a distance of tens of meters from the port, the shells on the ship were fired one after another, firing towards the port. But Charlotte didn't pay attention to these cannonballs and waved his sword casually, and all of these cannonballs exploded in midair. Under Charlotte's knowledge, all the shells fell into the sea one after another. While Charlotte was waiting for the opponent's attack, she suddenly felt a bit of cold, which made Charlotte puzzled. This is autumn, and winter is 2 months away. How can I feel the cold? Chapter 15, Armed Color Domineering. A cold air hit the port. Charlotte stared nervously at the approaching ship. He already felt the chill coming from the pirate ship in front of him. Don't even need to think about Charlotte. She knows that there must be someone with devil fruit ability on the opposite side. Sure enough, as we approached the port, a layer of thin ice suddenly formed on the sea surface, which was not thick. Could it be a natural devil fruit, frozen fruit? Charlotte secretly guessed in her heart. General Aokiji, who counts the time in the future, hasn't eaten the devil fruit yet. Could it be that this pirate captain is the former frozen fruit ability user? If this is the case, then it's troublesome. I don't know how to be armed and domineering. As the pirate ship approaches, the pirates on the ship jumped down holding their long knives and muskets. And the last one to jump down was the captain who blocked Charlotte's attack. And the pirate wearing a captain's cap saw only a young man with a handsome face holding the long sword standing in front of him in the port. Little devil, you made that slash just now. There was still a trace of chill in the corner of the mouth of the pirate captain when he asked. This made Charlotte more careful. That's right, it's me. Pirates are not welcome here. Charlotte stepped forward and said. After hearing what Charlotte said, the pirate captain was stunned and then laughed. Ha ha ha, kid, are you kidding me? You are the only kid who can swing a sword hero's slash. Did you just wake up? After the voice of the pirate captain fell, the 50 or 60 pirates around were also laughing. Captain, I'm laughing so hard. This kid also said that pirates are not welcome here. We pirates can go wherever we want. It's his turn to decide. Seeing so many pirates making fun of themselves, Charlotte was not angry either. A wave of hands. The 30-meter long sword energy flew towards the pirates who laughed at him. Bump! Those pirates who laughed at Charlotte shut up. Because in just a moment, more than 30 of their companions were killed by a slash. Gyudong. I don't know who swallowed his saliva, but it was very clear in this quiet environment. Boat, Captain, you are really a swordsman. After seeing Charlotte's slash, the rest of the pirates hid behind the captain and looked at Charlotte nervously. Bastard, I'm not blind. The pirate captain also saw Charlotte's slash. Frowned. The pirate captain stepped forward. Would you like to join our chill pirates, kid? As long as you join, I will forgive you for what you did before. How about it? The pirate captain looked at Charlotte and beckoned. After hearing this sentence suddenly, Charlotte was taken aback. Then he laughed. Wahahaha, who do you think you are? How dare you recruit me? Charlotte suddenly burst out her domineering look and said domineeringly. An invisible momentum erupted with Charlotte as the center, sweeping towards the pirates. A tilde. A muffled sound sounded from behind the pirate captain. The pirate captain looked behind him. The crew members of their own fell to the ground one after another. This is domineering, the pirate captain said, dumbfounded. He didn't expect that the kid on the opposite side had a talent that would only appear one in a million. This kid is a born king. Thinking of this, the pirate captain gritted his teeth. Since he had offended him, he couldn't let it go. He didn't believe he couldn't beat a brat. Thinking of this, the pirate captain showed murderous intent in his eyes. White smoke rose from both fists. A puff of cold air came out. Boy, you are courting death. The pirate captain rushed towards Charlotte as soon as he took off. And this start made Charlotte very familiar with this. This high Z can actually shave in the Navy 6 styles. Although surprised, Charlotte didn't panic at all. Holding this long sword, he bumped head-on with the pirate captain. Clang! This is armed color domineering. The long sword and the fist of the pirate captain wanted to touch each other, and violent sparks came out. Charlotte recognized the black air, covering the opponent's hand at a glance. Ha ha ha, the little devil has a good look. This is the domineering look of the armed man. I'm the pirate chill Will Werner, who has a bounty of 6,000 million Baileys. It's your luck to die in my hands. Will Warner yelled wildly. Charlotte was unmoved, because his attention was on another line from Will Werner chill. Isn't his fruit a frozen fruit, but a cold fruit? If it's not frozen fruit, then what are you afraid of? Thought here. Charlotte forced Will Werner back with a sword, and then swept across with another sword. The 10-meter-long sword energy flew towards Will Werner. Bump! Will Werner's arm was covered with an armed domineering grid that blocked Charlotte's sword energy, but was also cut open by Charlotte's sword energy. Ha ha ha! Charlotte couldn't help laughing. He wants to capture this person alive, and then obtain the cultivation method of armed domineering. Now his physique is definitely enough. The only thing missing is his domineering appearance. And he still hasn't figured out the cultivation method of armed domineering. And now the arrival of Will Werner has just made up for his shortcomings. Thinking of this, Charlotte was very excited. The domineering color of the king, the domineering color of the knowledge, the domineering color of the three colors is inferior to the armed color. The excited Charlotte waved a sword for a while, pressing Will Werner to attack. Will Werner was not given a chance to get close at all. The opponent is a devil fruit-capable user. Charlotte was stupid to fight him. Damn kid. Will Werner was embarrassed by the sword energy. His armed domineering aura has not been cultivated to the state of covering his whole body. How can he defend against this overwhelming sword aura? Soon he was hit by a sword in the chest, and Will Werner hastily covered his wounds with his fruit ability, freezing his bleeding wounds. And Zia Luo didn't release the sword energy anymore, not because he had exhausted it, but because he was afraid that he would die without paying attention when he cut it down. And when the time came, he would find someone to cultivate his armed, domineering energy. And Will Werner was also very anxious when he saw an opponent who was not the kid on the other side. Looking at the crew members lying down behind him, he couldn't run even if he wanted to. For a moment, all thoughts were lost. Looking at Charlotte, his eyes were full of despair. But then he raised his fist and launched a desperate charge towards Charlotte, hoping for a miracle to happen. It's a pity that the goddess of luck didn't favor him. A pair of arms were easily cut off by Charlotte. The hamstring was also broken by Charlotte. What? Will Werner broke out the most painful roar in his history, and even Charlotte could not bear to hear this roar. Charlotte knew that it was because of her knowledge and arrogance that she actually sympathized with him. Shaking his head, he shook off the emotions in his mind and looked at the other party. Looking at Will Werner, who has become a disabled person. Charlotte smiled. Armed color, domineering, here I come. Chapter 16, Leng Leng Fruit. Under the horrified gaze of the other party, Charlotte's big hands covered his head. Charlotte's domineering arrogance was instantly activated. How did you cultivate your armed domineering? Charlotte looked at Will Werner and said, and Will Werner wasn't in the mood to say that at all. Physical pain weighed heavily on him. But Charlotte didn't expect him to say it either. After Charlotte finished speaking, although Will Werner didn't say anything, he had already given the answer in his heart. And this Will Werner is not simple. He actually came to the second half of the Great Route after going all the way from the West Sea. And it's only been a year since the second half of the Great Route. As for his armed arrogance, when he killed a rear admiral, he found a practice note from him. It contains not only the practice of armed domineering, but also the practice of knowledge-colored domineering and the 6 styles of the Navy. And because of his talent in cultivation, he only learned to be armed with a domineering aura, like a domineering aura of knowledge. He has been practicing for a year, but has not figured it out. The Navy 6 also only learned to shave. This made Charlotte a little dumbfounded. After knowing the training method of armed color domineering, Charlotte exerted a lot of force. Will Werner, who was terrified, had his eyes pop out in an instant, and then he was crushed to death by Charlotte. I saw more than 20 parrots in the port. Charlotte waved back. Those younger brothers who had been hiding behind to watch came out one after another. These are all fighters cultivated by Charlotte. Kill them all. Charlotte's voice came out faintly. Everyone's face turned white. But there are also some people who have the courage to hold a long knife and kill the pirates on the ground. And Charlotte walked towards the pirate ship on the shore. He's used to going on a ship to hunt for treasure after battles are over. This is Charlotte's only pleasure besides being a woman. Walk according to the memory of Will Werner before. Came directly to the captain's room. Open the drawer on the table with ease. A notebook appeared in front of Charlotte. This is the rear admiral's notebook. After checking it was correct, I put it in my pocket. He rummaged through the other cabinets and the bedside tables. As expected of the pirates who came all the way from the West Sea, they are better than those whose bounties are less than million. Look at Bailey with the 3 suitcases. Charlotte estimated that at least 1,000,000 Baileys sent it by themselves. After searching almost, Charlotte walked out of the cabin and came to the port. And the port has begun to regain popularity. There are many port workers and businessmen who have tentatively walked to the port and saw 60 or 70 corpses lying there. Everyone was grateful and terrified of Charlotte, who had fooled so many people. Then the mayor came out. Thank you very much, Mr. Charlotte, who saved the people of Kame Island. You are the hero of our Kame Island. That chamberlain walked forward and shook Charlotte's hand excitedly. Charlotte was speechless. If I didn't know what you were thinking, I would have almost believed it. Hero, hero. Countless Kame Islanders shouted excitedly. And this shout. In an instant, Charlotte's knowledgeable, domineering spirit started to move involuntarily. And Charlotte was also infected by this emotion and waved her hands with a smile on her face. Damn being controlled by this emotion again. Charlotte cursed inwardly. While cursing secretly, while waving, while trying to escape from here. And when passing by a fruit stand, Charlotte suddenly saw a pair with strange patterns appearing on the fruit stand. Zia, Mr. Charlotte. Suddenly, I saw Charlotte walking to her fruit stand. The owner of the fruit stand became excited instantly. "How do you sell this pear? I'll take a few." Charlotte said calmly, "No, no, it's whoever you like. You don't need money." The fruit stand owner stammered, and then looked at Charlotte with admiration. When Charlotte heard this, she picked out a few, and one of them was the pear with patterns. After Charlotte took the pear, she didn't feel any guilt at all and walked straight towards the villa. After returning to the villa, he gave orders to prepare meals. Charlotte hid in the room alone and quickly took out the devil fruit with patterns. "This is the cold fruit, the fruit of Will Werner just now." After Charlotte took out the devil fruit, she said with emotion, "This is the first time he has seen a devil fruit since he came to One Piece World 5 years ago. It is still a devil fruit that has not been eaten." But Charlotte didn't plan to eat the devil fruit and left it for her subordinates to eat in the future. "Take this devil fruit, go to the safe, and lock the devil fruit inside." Charlotte returned to the sofa and took out the notebook from her arms. "Open it up and read it carefully. The cultivation methods here are very complete." Charlotte just glanced at it and understood most of the training methods of the sixth form of the Navy. In the past, relying on the memory of the previous life, I tried to practice the sixth form of the Navy, but I only practiced its shape, and I didn't really understand the sixth form of the Navy. With this six-style training manual, one's own strength will be greatly increased. After taking a look at the six styles, Charlotte took a look at the armed and domineering training methods. After reading it, Charlotte suddenly realized. This armed color domineering is actually the combination of mind, body, and technique. As long as the physique is up to standard, through correct cultivation, you can display the domineering power of the armed forces. After reading all this, Charlotte closed the notebook. The expression is very excited, and I can't wait to try it out right away. But it was getting dark, and Charlotte decided to go again tomorrow. After walking out of the room, Ivan waited outside the door for Charlotte. "Boss, the captain of the Chill Pirates, Will Werner, has been exchanged for bounties by my younger brother, and he will probably come back tomorrow. In addition, we collected some Baileys on the ship, with a total of about 3,000 million. It's all here." Ivan was carrying this big bag, which contained Bailey. "You can take all these Baileys and distribute them to those who have killed people today, and this, make 10 copies of him, and let those combatants start practicing the above 6 naval styles from tomorrow. We can see some results in a few years." Charlotte took out the Navy type, handed it to Ivan and said, "Now that the Navy's 6th style has been recorded in Charlotte's mind, it is no longer needed. And the younger brothers he selected to go to sea should not be too weak. They must improve their why." "Yes, boss. I will arrange it after I go back. Everyone will practice according to it tomorrow, and I guarantee that there will be results in a year." Ivan nodded after taking it. Charlotte waved him off. As for the 6 Navy styles, each of them can practice one style within a year, which has greatly exceeded Charlotte's expectations. It is estimated that there are only about 10 of these more than 50 combatants who can practice one style. Charlotte didn't expect much from them. Chapter 17, The Rocks Pirates. May 1480th, in the lunar calendar. On this day, Charlotte practiced her sword by the sea. Sudden heart palpitations. What's going on? Why do I suddenly have a bad feeling? Charlotte stopped with the sword in her hand. His eyes began to look towards the sea. And there is nothing in the sea. "Captain Rocks, you are so powerful. Another naval branch has been pulled out." Amidst the sound of artillery fire, there were countless howls and screams, and the sound of fighting the enemy bravely. A tall man with red hair looked at all this domineeringly, expressionless, while the pirates beside him were cheering. "Gyuhahaha, pull out this stronghold, and the Navy will completely lose control of the sea area in the middle of the second half of the Great Route." Standing beside the red-haired man, a blond man with a height of nearly 6 or 7 meters was holding a big knife and said with a smile while watching all this, "Newgate is right. The second half of this great route will sooner or later be the world of our pirates." Another man, about 2 meters tall, with 2 swords in both hands, said, while biting a cigar, "Well, well, then Lingerling will be able to eat more desserts." A tall woman with a hot figure in a red leather jacket said. She was much taller than the 6 or 7 meter tall man next to her. If Charlotte were here, she would immediately recognize them as Edward Newgate with white beard. She Key, the Golden Lion, and Charlotte Lingerling. Fix it quickly. We don't have time to hang around here. The leading red-haired man said in a deep voice. "Gyuhahahaha. Now that you have spoken, Captain, we have to make a move." Holding Edward Newgate, who was cut from the cloud, a white halo was covered on the blade, and he attacked the general who was directing the naval battle. A huge shock wave hit the Major General, and the Major General showed despairing eyes when he saw such a huge shock wave, and drowned in this shock wave. And the trend of this shock wave continued unabated, directly cutting the land in front of him. The island shook instantly. Jai ha 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 ha. Newgate save some for me, Shishiwe Gosho Jiju. The Golden Lion Shiji touched the ground with his hands, immediately formed 3 lion heads made of clay, and launched an indiscriminate attack on everyone on the island. "Boss Shiji, we are our own people. Help, Boss Shiji. Hey, hey, help. Damn, justice will never fail." Surrounded by lion heads, both Navy and pirates are calling for help. "Ski, if you go on like this, our crew will all die." Edward Newgate looked at the scene in front of him and frowned. At this time, Edward Newgate's beard was not as white as that of later generations, but it can be seen that it has begun to evolve towards white beard. Jai ha ha ha. A crew member who can't even take one of my moves is not worthy of being our crew member. Besides, there are many such little pirates in the sea. You can catch a lot of them casually. Do you feel sorry for this? Golden Lion Shiji looked at the pirates who were shouting for help with disdain and said. Edward Newgate shut his mouth after hearing this. No one else would say anything after seeing Edward Newgate shut up. After a long time, under the control of the Golden Lion Shiji, the Navy's G8 branch completely disappeared into the sea. Only 10 pirate fleets were left to return home full of treasures. "Shaki, is there any nearby island where we can replenish supplies?" The red-haired Rocks looked at the navigator Ziakai and said, "Let me see." Ziakai opened the chart and saw a small island nearby. "The captain has an island with a size of 1,000 people nearby, but according to my news, there seems to be a very powerful person on the island. In the past year, many pirates have been killed when they approached this island. Now, their heads were brought to the Navy branch by different people to receive the reward." Ziakai looked at the information handed to him under his hand and said, "Great guy, how powerful." Golden Lion Shiji bit his cigar and said disdainfully, "It seems to be able to send out the slash of a swordsman, and the plot report said that he is a young man, and this island is not simple. It is under the influence of Yumis, the 6 kings of the underground world." Ziakai looked at the information in his hand and said, "Yumis, the underground rat." Golden Lion Shiji said disdainfully. Hearing the Golden Lion Shiji interrupting his report, Ziakai looked helplessly at Captain Locks. Interesting, he's still a young man who can swing the slash of a swordsman. Go over and have a look. Rocks became interested. He who likes to collect geniuses has a little interest in that island. "It's the captain." After Ziakai received it, he quickly directed his men to turn the rudder, reminding the other 9 ships by the way. "Gyuhahaha, looks like we have a new partner," Edward Newgate said with a smile. After speaking, he took a sip of wine. Partner, if you can't even take a blow from me, you are not qualified to be my partner of the Golden Lion Shiji. Golden Lion Shiji said disdainfully. There was some disdain for what Newgate said, but Edward Newgate ignored him and drank on his own. The Golden Lion didn't see him back and didn't continue talking. Lox, on the other hand, stood at the bow of the boat looking at the boundless sea, in a daze, not knowing what he was thinking. The fleet quickly turned and headed for Came Island. The panic in Charlotte's heart, who was standing by the port, became even more obvious. Standing quietly at the port alone, to meet the unknown danger. Others were puzzled when they saw Charlotte standing motionless at the port and dared to ask. But Charlotte turned a deaf ear and kept staring at the sea. The man made fun of himself and left, just when everyone was ready to ignore it. All the townspeople run up the mountain, hurry up, the pirates are coming. In Charlotte's knowledgeable, domineering aura, he instantly saw a huge fleet approaching his port. The workers, merchants, and peddlers at the port were taken aback when they suddenly heard what Charlotte said, then subconsciously looked towards the sea. As a result, the sea was calm and there was nothing. Run up the mountain. There are a lot of pirates this time. Charlotte continued to yell. Now many townspeople have reacted. Seeing Charlotte's serious expression, the townspeople dropped their work and ran into the mountains behind the town. These are all from people who believe in Charlotte, because Charlotte has saved them countless times this year. So choose to believe. But there are also those who don't believe in evil and those who have never heard of Charlotte. Most of these are businessmen from other places. They don't believe a kid's nonsense. And none of them saw any ships at sea. They all chose to stay for a while, and even drove the dock workers not to run away. Chapter 18. But these dock workers were all townspeople in the town, and they believed Charlotte's words so much that they ran out quickly. For those Charlotte who are still in the port, there is no further reminder. He has already reminded him, and if he continues to stay here, he is courting death. With fewer and fewer people on the port, those who stayed behind also began to panic, especially Charlotte staring in one direction with a serious face. The crowd also looked over. At first it was just a small black spot, but as they got closer, those who stayed in the harbor also saw 10 large ships. In particular, there is a pirate's skull flag on the big ship. At this moment, the merchants and spectators who had stayed behind panicked. They all started to retreat. It's too late. Those 10 ships were very fast. And they also saw Charlotte standing in the port. Jai ha ha ha. Is this the sword master who can fly and slash? Let me try him. The Golden Lion bit the cigar in his mouth, then raised his hand and swung his sword at Charlotte. Then a 50-meter soaring sword energy attacked Charlotte from a distance of meters. Charlotte frowned. Do you attack right away? Then Charlotte also mercilessly swung a sword energy of the same size. The two sword kai cut across the sea and collided as they approached the port. Bump! The two sword kiss did not give in and confronted each other on the sea, then dissipated in the sea. The eyes of the people who were still on the pier were about to pop out when they saw this scene. This is impossible, isn't it? Countless pairs of eyes watched all this. Among them are the crew of the Rocks pirates. No way. Boss Shiji's slash was blocked, and there are also strong people on this island. Seeing that the same sword energy was cancelled out, the pirates were all surprised. Cut! A group of ignorant people. Boss Shiji is useless at all. Some people who had seen Shijai's full attack looked at the pirate who had just joined with disdain. Gyuhahaha, Shiji, you seem a bit ashamed. Edward Newgate sneered. And this was extremely harsh, in Skia's ears. Asshole! Shijai was furious instantly and swung with all his strength. Chopping! The strength of the great swordsman is unobstructed. The meter-high sword energy directly cut through the sea and rushed towards Charlotte. Charlotte's pupils shrank. I can't retreat by myself. If you retreat, the island will be destroyed. Summoning all the strength of his body, he slashed dozens of times at this 100-meter-high sword energy. It's a pity that every slash can't compare with Shijai's slash. But Shijai's slash was quickly annihilated by Charlotte's dozens of slashes. Now even Edward Newgate was a little surprised. This brat's strength is pretty good. Edward Newgate couldn't help expressing emotion. Shijai also put the sword into the sheath and recognized Charlotte's strength. As the ship approaches, Charlotte saw the people standing on the boat. Seeing this, Charlotte was shocked instantly. "You are the Rocks pirates," Charlotte exclaimed. He hadn't expected to meet them on this island. And the people who approached also heard Charlotte's exclamation. "Jai ha 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 ha. It seems that our reputation is very loud." Golden Lion Shiji laughed and said, "Who are you, brat?" The Golden Lion burst into a domineering look and rushed to Charlotte and asked. And Charlotte, who felt this domineering aura, immediately released her domineering aura. "My name is Rockefeller Charlotte. This is my hometown," Charlotte said without showing any weakness. And after seeing Charlotte release the domineering look, everyone present looked serious. I thought it was just a swordsman, but I didn't expect to have the aptitude of domineering and domineering. Even Charlotte Lingerling, who didn't feel much for Charlotte at first, and Kaido, who followed Charlotte Lingerling, became serious. And Rox D. Jibek did have a slight smile on the corner of his mouth. Rockefeller Charlotte. The corner of Golden Lion's mouth muttered. "Boy, do you want to join our pirate group? I can let you be my carder." The Golden Lion invited. Charlotte frowned after hearing this. "No, I'm not ready to set sail yet, let alone join your command. In the future, I will build a pirate group and be the captain myself." Charlotte refused directly. After hearing what Charlotte said, Golden Lion frowned. "Ha, what are you talking about, boy?" The domineering look of the Golden Lion increased a little bit and pressed on Charlotte. And Charlotte still didn't show any weakness and increased her aura by a point, blocking the domineering of the Golden Lion Shiji. It's about to crack. Many pirates persevered under the impact of the domineering color and discovered the change in the sky. Gyuhahaha, this kid is amazing and domineering. Edward Newgate praised after taking a sip of his drink. Then he couldn't hold back his heart, and a huge coercion joined in. 3 overlord-like domineering faces confront each other in the sky. And after seeing Edward Newgate join in, Charlotte Lingerling and Kaido also couldn't bear it and released their domineering arrogance one after another. For a moment, the 5 domineering auras were fighting fiercely in the sky. Those pirates who could still wake up in the domineering confrontation fainted on the deck one after another, and the unlucky ones fell directly into the sea. Moreover, the domineering confrontation of the Overlord's color soon affected the real thing. Within the range of these 5 domineering auras, the surrounding glass and wood cracked one after another. Rox laughed when he saw this scene. Stop it." A crimson domineering arrogance mixed with lightning erupted from Rox D. Jibek's body and instantly pressed into the domineering arrogance of the 5 groups fighting fiercely. Instantly suppressed the domineering look of the 5 people. And the 5 of them attacked the domineering arrogance of Rox D. Jibek at the same moment. After being oppressed, the 5 of them even collected together. Zia Kai, who was sitting at the helm of the boat, was smoking a cigarette and looked at the 6 people in the field. What a bunch of monsters! Several people beside him also nodded one after another. He looked at the 6 people with serious expressions. Among these 6 people, Kaido's overlord look is the weakest. Charlotte Lingerling and Charlotte's overlord look are equal, and Whitebeard's overlord look is slightly stronger than Shiji. He is the one who bears Locke's domineering arrogance at the front. As expected of the captain of the first team, this strength is almost catching up with the captain. Xiakai murmured while watching this scene. And Rock's face sank when he felt that his domineering look could not suppress the joint efforts of the 5 people. But then it went back to normal. Boy, I give you 2 choices. 1, join the Rock's pirates. 2, that is to die. Rox looked at Charlotte and said expressionlessly. Charlotte was silent after hearing this and after thinking for a long time. Charlotte regained her domineering look. Okay, I'll join. Charlotte said expressionlessly. Chapter 19, Captain of the 8th Division. Under the threat of Locke's eyes, Charlotte could only agree. After all, he doesn't want to die. Ha, welcome to join Charlotte. Rox said with a satisfied smile. Charlotte nodded. Edward Newgate watched blankly. Golden Lion Shiji watched the play while smoking a cigar. Charlotte Lingerling ate the cake on her own. Kaido stood behind Charlotte Lingerling without any sense of presence and looked at Charlotte expressionlessly. Charlotte looked around and silently got out of the way. Rox nodded, very satisfied. Then they jumped down together. This is a beautiful and prosperous port. Rox D. Jibek looked at the small port in front of him and said. Charlotte's heart tightened. Rocker's ship, Captain. Can you not harm this island for the sake of my joining? Charlotte hesitated and said to Lox. Lox turned and looked at Charlotte after hearing the captain's words. The 3-meter-tall stared at Charlotte condescendingly and then showed a big smile. Of course, no problem. This is your hometown. Rox patted Charlotte on the shoulder and said, However, I can promise not to do anything, but it's not necessarily the case with my subordinates. You have to let them see how powerful you are. Speaking of Lox, he looked at the crew of the 10 ships that came down behind him. Everyone looked at the bustling port in front of them and the beautiful and peaceful town behind the port with red eyes. Charlotte looked sideways, the greedy pirates behind Lox. These people, you are going to die and live. After looking at the group of pirates indifferently, Charlotte asked Lox. Rox raised an eyebrow. Then it's up to you, my dear crew. Rox's indifferent voice sounded. Charlotte understood. Charlotte drew out the long sword at her waist and walked towards the 9 pirates who got off the boat one after another. Want to plunder? Live from my sword. Charlotte walked up to these people and held the sword and said coldly. Lox and his carders stood aside and watched the show. Jai ha 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 ha. Newgate makes a bet. I guarantee that this kid will be able to deal with these people in half an hour. Golden Lion Shiji bit his cigar and said. Edward Newgate cast him a glance and ignored him. The Golden Lion didn't respond when he saw it. Apart from Rox on this ship, the Golden Lion is only afraid of Edward Newgate. Others don't pay attention. If it were someone else who dared to treat him like this, he would have already slashed him with a sword. And after hearing what Charlotte said, the pirates were stunned for a moment and then roared into the sky. Boy, who do you think you are, brothers? Rush to me, grab money and women. A pirate headed with a big stick roared. The pirate's words instantly resonated with everyone, and they all drew their weapons to kill Charlotte. The pirate with the flintlock gun in his right hand aimed at Charlotte and pulled the trigger. Bump, bump, bump. Countless bullets shot at Charlotte. And Charlotte just tilted her head slightly, shook her body, and avoided countless bullets. Charlotte, who has knowledgeable arrogance, is not afraid of these arrogance and has no bullets. Although the bullet did not shoot at Charlotte, the trajectory of the bullet shot behind Charlotte in an instant. Behind him stood a group of rocks. This kid definitely did it on purpose. Golden Lion Shiji tilted his head slightly and said, and Edward Newgate punched him in front of him, and the bullets shot at him were instantly turned into powder. And Charlotte Lingerling and Kaido didn't even mean to hide. They stood still and let the bullet hit. Only a few bangs were heard. The bullet fell on the ground without causing any damage to the two of them. Two monsters. The Golden Lion cast a glance at the two of them and said enviously, there are not many ordinary people on this ship. All are monsters. Edward Newgate, who has the blood of a giant, Kaido of the Ghost Clan, and Charlotte Lingerling of the Steel Balloon. It seems that this ship is just an ordinary person. Wait, maybe there will be another kid like this. Golden Lion Shiji glanced at the place where the battle had already begun. Zia Luo's sword energy danced wildly, and countless flying slashes were thrown out of his hands as if they didn't want money, but there was no expression on his face. No breath either. All right, Golden Lion Shiji took back what he said before. This kid is also a monster. His physical strength is simply unlimited. The Golden Lion bit his cigar and sighed inwardly. Others also looked at Charlotte. These pirates are not all pirates who rush over as soon as their heads are hot. As early as when they were overlords, they felt that this kid was not simple, so they didn't make any moves. Those who shot were those brainless pirates. Charlotte has been waving the sword in his hand, with domineering entwined around the blade, and every time he slashes, there is an armed, domineering presence. None of the surrounding pirates approached him within 10 meters. Limbs flew across 10 meters away, and countless pirates wailed. This gave Charlotte a great psychological stimulation, and the sword in his hand swung faster and faster. The scene is hard to see with the naked eye. It can only be viewed by using the knowledge color domineering. No, I don't want treasure, and I don't want women. Finally, under the attack of such a violent storm, someone finally couldn't hold on. They threw away their weapons and ran towards the boat. But how could these people be as fast as Charlotte's sword? It was another 30-meter slash, slashing at the pirates who wanted to escape from a distance of meters. Those pirates were instantly submerged in this piece of sword energy. This kid is so ruthless, he even killed those who surrendered. Edward Newgate frowned. He hated cannibalism very much. Seeing what Charlotte did was a little displeased. No one around answered his words. Rox looked at Charlotte with a smile on his face. Golden Lion smoked a cigar indifferently. Charlotte Lingerling ate the cake and didn't feel a little uncomfortable because of the blood on the field. And Kaido still watched silently. Edward Newgate sighed silently. He didn't know if it was right for him to join this pirate group. He just wants a home. Charlotte quickly cleaned up all the pirates standing in the port. Countless pirate corpses piled up like a mountain. At a glance, at least 400 people died. But the pirates who didn't get off the ship looked at all this in fear, not daring to make a sound. Charlotte's control is very good. None of the nearly 100 slashes landed on the ship. 1 meter away from the boat. After killing all these people, Charlotte sheathed her sword. Go to Locks and look at Locks. There was an unstoppable smile on Locke's face. Then he grabbed Charlotte's right hand and looked at everyone. I declare that Rockefeller Charlotte will be the captain of the 8th Squadron of our Rocks Pirates, and also a carder of our Rocks. Chapter 20, Navy Headquarters. Rock's voice spread throughout the audience, announcing Charlotte, captain of the 8th Division of the Rocks Pirates. All the pirates present looked at Charlotte in shock, as well as Captain Locke's decision. But those Carters behaved very normally, as if it had nothing to do with them. Even Charlotte looked at Locks in surprise. Locks patted Charlotte on the shoulder. "Brothers, have a banquet. Let's welcome the new Carters." Rox said to all the pirates. "Jai ha 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 ha. I like to hold banquets the most." Golden Lion Shiji burst out, laughing instantly. Even Edward Newgate couldn't help smiling. "Well, you can eat delicious cakes again." Charlotte Lingerling also couldn't help laughing. Charlotte's expression also relaxed. Ever since he felt uneasy, he hasn't relaxed much. Now that the uneasiness in my heart is revealed, I can't help but laugh. For being a pirate, Charlotte has no sense of self-blame, but rather excited. Just when they had a banquet. In a dark corner, someone took a few photos of Charlotte in the banquet center with a camera and passed them on. There is a very large naval fortress in the Blue Sea. There are many warships here, and countless navies are working in it. Urgent military situation. Urgent military situation. A colonel with a battle report pushed open a gate and shouted at the people inside. "Steel Bone General. The G8 branch in the second half of the Great Route was destroyed by the Rox pirates, and no one in the branch survived," said the colonel, pushing open the admiral's door. "What? The G8 branch was destroyed. Take out the battle report," Cyborg Kong said in shock and anger. The colonel handed the military report to General Steelbone. Cyborg Kong was furious after seeing it. "Damn Rox pirates. Call Sengoku, Garp, and Vice Admiral Crane immediately," Cyborg Kong said to the orderly. "Yes." The colonel immediately ran out to give the order. After a while, 3 Navy lieutenant generals wearing justice coats came. "Warring States, come and have a look." Cyborg Kong handed the battle report to Warring States and said. Warring States took a look at the battle report. The G8 branch was destroyed. None of the Navy survived. At this moment, Zhang Guo's expression changed. Then he handed the battle report to Lieutenant General He. Lieutenant General, he handed it over to Garp after reading it. And Garp's originally smiling expression immediately became serious. The G8 branch was destroyed, and none of the Navy survived. If he remembers correctly, there are at least 8 people in the Navy above the G2000 branch, and none of these 2,000 people. "Bump! Brother Kong, give the order. I'm going to the second half of the Great Route to capture Locks," Cap said angrily. But everyone present ignored him. "Crane, what do you think?" Steel Gu Kong looked at the young Lieutenant General He and said. Crane frowned. "Now we don't have many troops in the second half of the Great Route, and now we have wiped out so many at once, and the high-end combat power is no longer in the second half of the Great Route. There is no way for the regiment to rampage." Lieutenant General Crane analyzed. Now the strength of the Navy headquarters is also very scattered. Because of Germa 66, the North Sea is now being suppressed by Zephyr, and an 8 treasure navy has appeared in the West Sea to wreak havoc, and the countries in the South China Sea are not stable. And the Roger pirates, who came back from the second half of the Great Route, are also making a fuss, running around the world. The Navy headquarters does not have the strength to fight in the second half of the Great Route now. Lieutenant General, he analyzed worriedly. "I must catch Roger." Cap jumped out immediately after hearing Roger, startling everyone. Bang! "Sit down." Cyborg Sora patted the table and said. After being yelled at by Kong, Garp shrank his head instantly and sat down. The scene fell into silence again. Today's Navy headquarters is not as powerful as in the aftermath. There is only one steel frame for the general, and there is no admiral, and there are only a dozen lieutenant generals scattered all over the world. The current naval headquarters can be described as empty. Otherwise, the Lox pirates would not have been raging for so long. When Cyborg Sora was about to speak, bang! The orderly colonel hurried in. Report, news from the world government. After the colonel handed the document to the general, he walked out. Cyborg Kong frowned. What will happen to the world government at this time? Steel Bone Kong changed his expression after opening the file. Pass it to the other 3 people to see. Both Zhang Guo, and he frowned slightly. Only Garp looked disapproving. The Lox pirates have recruited another strong man. What do you think? Cyborg Sora questioned everyone. Only 2 of the 3 frowned slightly. Did not speak. Forget it, let's offer a reward first. How much reward is appropriate for him? Cyborg Sky asked. Million, judging from his strength, he should be a swordsman. Million is just right. Warring State said. Crane also nodded. Cap is indifferent. Well, that's million. Steel Bone Kong nodded and called the messengers to send out the rewards. And along with this reward is the news that the Navy's G8 branch was destroyed. Extra. The G8 branch of the Navy was destroyed by the Rox pirates. No one in the Navy was spared, and the Rox pirates have new recruits. Rockefeller Charlotte, a swordsman with a bounty of 1,000,000 Baileys, regardless of life and death, the captain of the 8th team of Rox. After the newspaper delivery, Gull sent the newspaper to the whole world. Everyone who saw the newspaper fell into madness. Those with ambitions went to see one after another, while those ordinary people were worried. Countless people have fallen into madness because of this newspaper. Damn, who told Morgans to do this? Arrest Morgans for me. The personnel of the world government were annoyed when they saw the news that the Navy's G8 branch was destroyed, was spread all over the place. Order the Navy to let them into the second half of the Great Route to wipe out the pirates. The high level of the world government was furious. The Navy is not doing well either. Numerous doubts hit his face. The pressure of the steel frame and space is very high. Cyborg Kong called the previous people and held a meeting. This time, the world government issued an order to lead the Navy headquarters to clean up the pirates in the second half of the Great Route. This time, I, Sengoku Carp, and several lieutenant generals from the headquarters will go to the Great Route. Thank you. Stay at the Navy headquarters to take over the overall situation. After Cyborg Sora issued the order, the entire naval headquarters boiled up. The fleet docked at the headquarters of the Navy started to move. General Cyborg Kong led 7 or 8 lieutenant generals and more than a dozen major generals to set off, and was instantly spread all over the world by Morgans. This again annoys the world government. Send CP0 to arrest Morgans. Chapter 21, Tit for Tat. Roger, the Rox pirates have done another big thing. Riley took a newspaper and trotted hurriedly to the seated Roger, who was standing at the bow. Oh, what did Lox do? Roger, wearing a straw hat, took the newspaper and read it. Good guy. This Rox is going to clean up the Navy in the second half of the Great Route. Roger looked at the newspaper in surprise and looked at the photos of the destroyed G8 branch. Hey, there is another newspaper. Rockefeller Charlotte, the newly promoted cadre of the Rox pirates, the captain of the 8th team, is offering a bounty of 1,000,000 Baileys. Has the Rox pirates recruited new ones? Roger looked at this photo of Rockefeller Charlotte in surprise. The angle of this photo is the scene when Charlotte and the cadre Overlord Color on the Rox pirates are hedging. You can easily see the scene where the sky is torn apart from the photo. What a monster, young people nowadays. Riley went to Roger and saw the picture of Rockefeller Charlotte. Ha ha, let's leave him alone and continue our adventure. We are men who want to visit the entire sea. Roger flicked his wrist, threw all the newspapers out, and said happily, even if it's a risk, why are you throwing newspapers? How about 50 Baileys? Raleigh touched his forehead and said speechlessly, don't care about these details. Have a banquet. Celebrate the Navy's big loss again. Roger grabbed Raleigh's shoulder and said, it is good. The others raised their hands and cheered when they heard it. Even if you hold a banquet, you don't have to make such a bad excuse. Raleigh looked at the crowd speechlessly. As the deputy captain of the Roger Pirates, he is in charge of finances. Regardless of how powerful the Roger Pirates are, they are very poor. Because the Roger Pirates never rob, all their money is paid for fighting pirates or naval battles, and they can barely support daily expenses. The sea was boiling because of the destruction of the Navy's G8 branch, thus ignoring the addition of Charlotte. And the addition of Charlotte only remembers this name in the eyes of those who are caring. Tilda. Charlotte opened his eyes under the sunlight, a little dazed. At the banquet last night, Charlotte was drunk a lot of wine. He, who was already incapable of drinking, passed out not long after. Woke up with a splitting headache in the morning. Sitting up, looking around, he was still in the port, and the port was full of pirates sleeping soundly. Charlotte stood up with the support of her hands, her body swaying a little. Boss. Ivan stayed by Charlotte's side and saw that after Charlotte woke up, the original drowsiness disappeared immediately. Charlotte also saw Ivan next to him. Charlotte shook her head and looked around again. After seeing Rox and the Golden Lion, they were still sound asleep. Thinking of what happened yesterday, Charlotte smiled wryly. I didn't expect that I would still become a pirate, or in this way. He fantasized about how he became a pirate countless times, such as beheading the Tianlong people or freeing the slaves or killing the Navy. I just never thought of being coerced by Rox to become a pirate. Looking at the villages and towns behind, there was no harm. Those pirates didn't take advantage of their fainting to burn, kill, and loot. It seems that yesterday's killing successfully deterred these pirates. Are the townspeople all right? Charlotte was concerned. This is his hometown in Pirate World, and he doesn't want it to be destroyed. It's okay, boss. Some pirates wanted to enter the town yesterday, but they were stopped by the giant with the golden crescent beard. Ivan shook his head and said, Golden crescent beard, Edward Newgate. Charlotte didn't expect the other party to help her. Aha. Ivan nodded and pointed in the direction with his finger. Charlotte looked. It was Edward Newgate. At this time, I was drinking wine on the deck of a large ship and watching the sunrise. Charlotte came over. Don't say thank you, boy. Edward Newgate cast a glance at him and said indifferently. This sentence stuck what Charlotte was about to say in her throat, which was extremely uncomfortable. Seeing Charlotte's ugly expression, Edward Newgate couldn't help laughing. The huge laughter actually vibrated the surface of the sea. The sound is very loud. Those pirates who were still sleeping were awakened by the laughter. Damn it, who is making me sleep? A pirate who was getting up suddenly raised his head and cursed at the place of laughter. On seeing Edward Newgate, Team Captain. The pirate broke out in a cold sweat instantly. Yes, I'm sorry, Captain. Edward Newgate ignored him. This made the pirate breathe a sigh of relief. This big ship is Edward Newgate's car. These crew members are also his men. Jai ha ha ha. Why is Newgate laughing in the morning? It makes me happy to say it. The Golden Lion Shiji floated over. Bang! Don't touch my boat. Edward Newgate punched the trajectory of the Golden Lion Shiji flying. Golden Lion Shiji also immediately pulled out the 10 dead cherry trees and held them horizontally in front of his chest to block the shock. Jai ha 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 ha. You were so angry early in the morning, do you want me to put you down? The Golden Lion's words, full of gunpowder, came out lightly. Run, it's about to fight, it's about to get up. The pirate on this ship shouted as they saw the two men fleeing from the ship. What's going on? Those pirates in the port asked subconsciously after waking up in a daze. The captain of the first team and the captain of the second team are going to fight. After hearing this sentence, those pirates who were originally confused woke up instantly. What, run? As the Locks pirates, how could they not know how powerful they are, so they quickly got up and ran. Even Charlotte grabbed Ivan and jumped down to the port. Locks had also woken up at this time, sitting in a daze in front of the bonfire that had burned out last night. Boat, Captain, why don't you stop it? Charlotte looked at Locks and said. Charlotte, the captain of Locks, is still a little uncomfortable at the moment. After hearing what Charlotte said, Rox raised his head and looked at Charlotte with a smile on his face. Just fight. There is no rule on my ship that crew members are not allowed to fight each other. On my ship, strength comes first. Rox said domineeringly. After hearing this sentence, Charlotte was indifferent. Although I have heard about the deeds of this pirate group in the previous life, the Locks pirate group relied on the power of Locks to subdue all the pirates and make all the pirates surrender to him. With the ambition to become the king of the world, although he failed in the Valley of Gods in the end, he is undoubtedly the overlord of this sea area. There is no pirate group that can fight him now. Even Roger avoided him and sailed elsewhere, without provoking the Rocks pirates. Chapter 22, Harchinos. Although Charlotte didn't like this rule very much, he didn't say it out. He never had a sense of belonging to this pirate group from the beginning. Now that he is forced to join them, he should take advantage of this opportunity to practice hard, and strengthening himself is the only goal. Now that you have become the captain of the 8th Division, we should also tell you our rules. You can handle your crew and other things yourself, and the same goes for the ships, but you have to hand over % of the plundered financial reports. Do you understand the rules? Rock's voice came out faintly, but Charlotte still felt an irresistible order from this sentence. Yes, Captain. Charlotte nodded. Okay. Rox nodded in satisfaction, then stood up. We will stay in this port for a day. You are ready to prepare. Rox ordered. Yes. Charlotte responded. Edward Newgate and Golden Lion Shiki did not fight in the end. The two just looked at each other for a moment, and the Golden Lion Shiji left first. Edward Newgate saw that he was alone on the deck. The loneliness in my heart came back again. When will I have my own family? Edward Newgate fell into a daze, not knowing what to do in the future. The next day, Charlotte brought a group of more than 100 people to the port. The 10 ships of the Rocks pirates have replenished their supplies and are waiting for Charlotte. The 100 people brought by Charlotte are all members of the Wild Wolf gang. After hearing that Charlotte was going to sea to become a pirate, they also wanted to follow Charlotte. Charlotte took them all away. Among these people are doctors, nurses, navigators, cooks, boatmen, sailors, combatants, and maids who serve them specially. There are more than 100 people in total. And the boat that Charlotte and the others took was the boat that Charlotte had been building more than a year ago. Now it is almost ready to go to sea. Jai ha 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 ha. This kid brings so many people. Do you think he is playing house? Seeing that Charlotte brought so many old and weak golden lions, he curled his lips. Ha ha ha. Don't children have to bring extra things when they go out for the first time? Rox didn't care. Wait until Charlotte hoists Locke's pirate flag, With a loud roar from Rox, he set off. Charlotte looked at the port that was about to disappear and sighed, and he didn't know how long it took to come back. But this emotion, Charlotte shook her head. I was infected by the emotions around me again. Ever since he awakened his domineering nature, his emotions have been easily infected by those around him. This gave Charlotte a headache. It's annoying because it's out of his control. The reason why Charlotte saved so many slaves in the past 2 years was not because she was infected by the emotions of these slaves, and did it as soon as she lost her mind. Of course, Charlotte doesn't regret it. What kind of man is hesitant after doing everything? Master. Seemingly aware that Charlotte was not in a good mood, Jenny walked forward and put her hand on Charlotte's forehead and rubbed it gently. Charlotte touched Jenny's hand, thinking about things aimlessly. In the past year, Charlotte already knew what these 5 little maids were thinking. Since the accident after drinking last time, Charlotte no longer simply regarded these 5 little maids as her own maids. It's family. I'll sleep. Call me if you need anything. Charlotte closed her eyes and began to snore slowly. At this time, the meter ship was slowly driving in this sea area. And ahead of this big ship, there are 10 ships even bigger than this one, sailing fast. And Charlotte's ship can only fall behind. After a few days, Pirate Island. Chinos. Jai ha ha ha, finally back. This trip is long enough. The Golden Lion Shiji was the first to rush to the island and land on the ground and said, after sailing on the sea for more than 10 days in a row, even thinking about going to sea will get tired. In order to come back earlier, the Rox pirates did not stop at the islands along the way. After Golden Lion Shiji disembarked, several other Cardas also stepped off the boat. The second is those pirates. Is this the pirates' island? Charlotte looked curiously at everything around her. After hearing what Charlotte said, Shijai, the golden lion, floated next to Charlotte. That's right, this is the island of our pirates, the island that belongs to us. Golden Lion Shiji said happily. How is it, grand or not? Charlotte nodded. It was indeed a little different from what he thought. I thought it was just a chaotic and dirty island. I didn't expect it to be quite busy. It is much more prosperous than my own small island, Kame Island. Although there are countless sword-wielding pirates on the island, as well as those slaves who don't cover their clothes. Overall is very good. Captain, you are back. 3 people appeared in front of Lox and the others. Ha 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 ha. John, Silver Axe, Wang Zhai, have you completed your mission yet? Rox asked happily after seeing these 3 people. Don't worry, Captain. Those kingdoms have been destroyed by us, and the heads of their kings have also been beheaded by us. John said with a smile, with a greedy look in his eyes. Those who know him will know that he may have made a fortune from that kingdom. Ha ha ha. The old rules, percent is handed over to the 7th floor, and you share it yourself. Rox said, with a wave of his hand. John nodded. But if you look closely at his eyes, you can see that he is a little dissatisfied. But Yin Fu and Wang Zhai didn't say anything. The bodies of the 2 were hidden in the armor, and Charlotte couldn't see what they looked like. The captain heard that we have a new crew member. Where is it? Let me meet you. John looked at the group of Cardas, trying to find Charlotte. This made Charlotte's face sink slightly. A living person his age is standing here. Are you pretending to be blind? Thinking of this, and thinking that I just came to this island, I really need to make an example of others, so I started here. After hearing John's words, the other Cardas looked at each other, and then showed expressions of watching a play. If your eyes don't work, donate them to someone else. Charlotte took a step forward, looked at John, and said coldly, Hey, this is our new Carda. I heard that he is still a swordsman, but I don't know how strong he is. I doubt whether he can be the captain of the 8th team." John looked at Charlotte, who was as tall as himself, but exuded coldness, and said indifferently, "Then you come and try for yourself whether I can be qualified for the captain's position." Killing appeared in Charlotte's eyes. "Hey, you are indeed the owner of the domineering look, and the words are domineering. I don't know if your mother didn't teach you how to talk to your seniors." "Oh, look at my memory. You don't seem to have a mother." John slapped his head and looked at Charlotte and said with a smile, Chapter 23, John's silver axe straight. Brush. The sword light flashed. Charlotte's sword and John's sword collide. Bang. Clang. Charlotte couldn't bear John's foul language and drew his sword directly. And John also instantly drew out the western sword on his waist to block. "Yo, yo, yo, angry, how can you be angry? We are partners," John said indifferently, holding the flagon in one hand and the sunset sword in the other. Charlotte glanced behind Locks and the others. I found that they were all watching with interest, without any rhythm to stop, and the pirates around. They were all whispering. But Charlotte heard it very clearly. "Is this the new captain of the 8th Division, Rockefeller Charlotte, who is offering a bounty of $1,000,000? Why did he fight with Boss John?" Who knows? It may be that this newcomer doesn't take the old man seriously, or John wants to try this newcomer. Some pirates sat on the sofa boredly and chatted while watching the confrontation between the two. After hearing everyone's discussion and the group of bastards watching the show behind, Charlotte couldn't bear it any longer. As soon as his right hand exerted force, he immediately slashed out from the blade of the sword. "Hey, hey, hey, come on seriously." John escaped the slash, looked at Charlotte and said. Then a slash flew towards Charlotte. Charlotte's armed color covered it and then picked it up, and the sword light flew out. "That's it." Charlotte looked at John disdainfully. Dare to challenge him with this strength? John shrugged, threw the jug in his left hand, took out the pistol at his waist, aimed at Charlotte, and pulled the trigger. Bang! In Charlotte's eyes and ears, he clearly saw a bullet wrapped in armed color domineering towards him. Charlotte tilted her head slightly. The bullet grazed Charlotte's face. Charlotte threw another slash, and this time Charlotte moved a little more seriously. A 10-meter-long slash struck John, blocking all of John's escape routes. This slash caused Silver Axe and Wang Zhai to raise their eyebrows slightly. This Charlotte has some strength. This slash alone is no longer an ordinary person, but the slash is at least at the level of a vice admiral. John finally became serious after seeing this slash. Instantly sober. The western sword in his right hand suddenly blocked in front of him. It was able to block this slash. Yo, blocked. What about this blow? Another slash, this time with a sword aura of at least 30 meters. All the people on the island saw this slash. This is someone attacking? Countless pirates had this thought in their hearts, but they all shook their heads. How could someone attack the headquarters of the Lock Pirates to die? After seeing the 30-meter-long slash, John swung the western sword in his hand vigorously, and a sword energy of the same level flew out. Bang! Two slashes, one white and the other red, confronted each other, but in the end, Charlotte's white slash was the better one, obliterating John's slash. But wanting to attack John has some stamina. Stop at John 2 meters, and the money dissipates. Charlotte raised her eyebrows slightly. Not bad. I'm starting to get excited. Charlotte watched John's domineering look soaring towards John. John didn't speak, but his muscles tensed up, and he became vigilant with a gun in one hand and a knife in the other. Charlotte raised her hands slightly, ready for the next attack. Stop it, Charlotte. There's no need for your companions to be so stiff. Rocks appeared behind Charlotte, clapped his hand on Charlotte's shoulder and said. Charlotte only felt a burst of cold sweat hit her back. This speed. Charlotte was shocked. After hearing Locke's words, Charlotte smiled randomly, put her sword back into its sheath, and dissipated her domineering look. Then he turned to look at Liu Lux and said, Really, I'm just joking too. Seeing that Charlotte was still murderous 1 second, and then smiling all over her face the next second, this made all the pirates feel their scalps go numb. The captain of the 8th team is definitely not a good character. Even John withdrew his weapon without saying a word and stopped provoking Charlotte. After seeing Charlotte's strength, John just kept silent. Seeing that the two sides stopped, other people gathered together. Jai ha 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 ha, Charlotte is doing a good job. I have long been unhappy with that brother John. I don't spend all my strength every day, and it is really annoying to get the most treasure. The golden lion Shiji floated to Charlotte and said while biting a cigar in his mouth. Every time this John went to snatch the treasure while he was fighting, there was no treasure left after he finished the battle, which really made people angry. Even Edward Newgate nodded. I don't even have money to buy cakes. Charlotte Lingerling also interjected. It seems that the people here are also very dissatisfied with John. Charlotte watched everyone look at John with disgust. But John still drank the wine indifferently, holding the silver axe and talking directly to the king. What is the relationship between them? Charlotte pointed to the three of them and asked. They were the first to follow Locks, earlier than us, and more trusted by Captain Locks. That John's combat effectiveness is not very good, but he is the person in charge of the finances of the Rocks pirates. As for that silver axe and Wang Zhai are both combatants. Everyone has the strength of a great swordsman for the first time, but unfortunately they are all old, so I don't know if the great swordsman's strength can be displayed. The golden lion bit his cigar and looked at the three with disdain. As the golden lion Shiji, Edward Newgate and Charlotte Lingerling, who joined in the middle, they naturally rejected them. Formed the emerging faction headed by the golden lion Charlotte, Lingerling Edward Newgate, and the old faction headed by John's silver axe. Both factions dislike each other. Then if brother Shiji faces off against the two of them, who is stronger? Charlotte asked, with her eyeballs turned. Shiki cast him a look and looked at them disdainfully. If it's a real life and death battle, I can kill 3 of them in 1 day without a place to bury them. Golden Lion Shiji said domineeringly. That kind of domineering contempt for everything saw Charlotte's blood boil for a while. I can despise everything like this at any time. Clenched fist. Almost. In a few years, I will be able to despise everything. Gathering his mind, Charlotte followed the golden lion and the others and walked in. As newly added, he is naturally in the same camp as the golden lion. It is said that this cannot bring anything, but it can also make those who care about it afraid. 8 people came to a hall. It is magnificent here, and all kinds of gold ornaments are hung on the walls. There is also a very large throne in the middle, and behind the throne is a huge sea chart. Charlotte squinted slightly. This is a map of the second half of the Great Route. From this map, he can clearly see the current power of the Rocks pirates. Rocks Jibuk walked to the throne and sat down without hesitation. And the 7 of them sat down in order according to their own teams. Chapter 20, for the naval fleet attacks. Haitan Muchen and Haitan Chanwen haven't come back yet. Rocks looked around, but did not find the 2 captains of the 7th team and asked. After hearing Locke's words, the Golden Lion and the others looked at John and the others. Yo ha ha ha, we don't know, didn't we see them during the mission? John said with a smile after taking a sip of wine. After hearing what John said, Locks frowned. Pull out the phone bug. Balu Boru Boru. Hey, Captain Rox, help. The Navy has arrived in the New World, and the team led by Admiral Cyborg Sora himself. As soon as Lox called the bug, he heard Heighton Muchen's words for help and the sound of shelling. Which sea area are you in now? Rox asked. And after Heighton Muchen called for help, the others heard it clearly. After being chased by the Navy, Admiral Cyborg Kong personally led the team, which is interesting. Captain, we are now in the Irazel Sea area. Come and save us. Amid Heighton Muchen's cry for help, Lox hung up the phone bug. Then the hall fell silent. A long time. Hatter, 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 a hitter water. Target the sea area of Irazel and fight the Navy to let them know whose territory this belongs to. Rock's voice spread throughout the audience and said domineeringly, Yes. The 7 Carders spoke in unison. Rock stepped down from the throne. The Charlotte 7 followed Lox. Little ones, gather. Aim at the sea area of Irazel. Rox came to a huge viewing platform on the island and said loudly. After hearing Locke's words, all the pirates took action. Shiji will need your fluttering fruit later. Rox looked at Shiki and said, No problem, Captain. Golden Lion Shiji bit his cigar and said. Charlotte also looked at Shiki. Only then did he realize that the Golden Lion Shiji is a person with the fluttering fruit ability, who can make any non-living things float up regardless of gravity and control them to fly. The speed at which the pirates assembled was very fast, which was somewhat beyond Charlotte's impression. Follower Rox came to a huge pirate ship. The Golden Lion Shiji pointed to his toes. In an instant, dozens of pirates floated around. After shaking her body and standing still, Charlotte found that the boat she was on was several hundred meters away from the sea. Look at the clouds that are within reach in the sky. Charlotte couldn't help but marvel at the magic of the pirate world. I was also wondering if I wanted to eat a devil fruit too. The powerful devil fruit Charlotte knows where to find it. One is that the animals in Sleeping Ancient Town in the New World are in the form of bat fruit phantom beast vampires. The second is the thundering fruit of Sky Island Beaker. These 2 devil fruits are unowned, and they are powerful and have extraordinary potential. I'll have time to get these 2 devil fruits another day. The only thing that is more difficult is the thunderous fruit. It is a bit troublesome to get it in the sky above meters. Thinking that Charlotte glanced at the Golden Lion Shiji, his fluttering fruit might help him. It seems to be planning. The ship sailed quickly in the sky, and the sea area of Irazel is not far from their island of Hachinos. After 2 or 3 hours, they could hear a rush of shelling at a height of meters. Everyone looked down. I saw 10 warships shelling a pirate group with a pirate flag in front of them. The pirate flag is the symbol of the Rox pirates. Go down, Rox said to the Golden Lion Shiji after seeing it. Shijai also immediately parked the boat on the sea. And on the naval side, report to Cyborg General found that the Rox Pirates team is formed, and the leader is Rox D. Jebek. The watchman immediately reported loudly to Cyborg Konghui. As soon as Steel Gu Kong heard it, he immediately picked up the binoculars and looked at the small spot in the distance. Through the binoculars, he saw Lox driving 7 Carders towards him. Brother Sora, let's hurry up and kill the Lox pirates. Garp next to him also heard the orderling's words and said loudly, excitedly, Shut up, don't disturb General Cyborg. Warring States slapped him and made Garp quiet for a while. Steel Bones Kong pondered for a moment, then looked at the 10 warships around him, at the 10 warships on the other side, and at the high-end combat power of his side. You must know that this time, Cyborg Kong brought 5 elite naval lieutenant generals from the headquarters, in addition to Garp Sengoku. Compare the strength. Cyborg Kong eyes twisted. Attack towards the Rock's pirates. Justice will prevail. Steel Bone Kong said loudly. Then the order was sent to the whole army. Justice shall prevail. All the navy shouted in unison. Charlotte, who was more than 1,000 meters away from them, also heard what the navy said, smiled and said nothing. Let's go over there. Rox yelled. Roll. All the pirates raised their swords and guns and shouted. Even their 7 carders drew their weapons. And the tattered ship that was bombarded by Heitenmutchen also joined their counterattack sequence. Big Buddha shock wave. When there are still a few hundred meters away. The warring states of the Navy have completed animalization and turned into a golden Buddha. Send out a huge shock wave to attack the Rox pirates. The Lox pirates did not panic at all. Goo ha 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 ha. Boom boom boom. Edward Newgate, who was cut from the cloud, walked to the bow. Bang. Insert conjunct cut directly on the deck. Then he tossed the cloak. Raising his huge fist, the corners of his mouth under the golden beard are slightly raised. Empty shock. With a loud roar, the muscles on Edward Newgate's arm slammed into the shock wave with a fist. I saw that the space around the fist was broken by this huge vibration force. Layers of space are fragmented. That shock wave was also crushed by this shock. It's not rude to come and go. The corners of Edward Newgate's lips turned upward. The hands seemed to grasp the space. Seaquake. The veins popped in Edward Newgate's cheeks. The muscles in both arms swelled again. Pulled down hard. The scene of coming home shocked countless people. I saw that the originally calm sea was suddenly split. Huge waves hit the 10 naval warships. This terrified the sailors on the 10 naval warships. Even those generals looked at the huge waves with pale faces. Quick, hold on to the deck, don't fall into the sea. Cyborg Sora shouted anxiously. At the same time, he grabbed the deck beside him. Warring states even hugged the pole of the boat tightly to prevent himself from falling. He is a devil fruit-capable user, and if he falls into the sea, he will be finished. Damn Rox pirates. Sengoku roared. Garp also grabbed the handrail with a serious expression to prevent himself from falling. It wasn't just the Navy that was shocked. Even the Rox pirates were amazed. They all looked at Edward Newgate. Chapter 25, The General Retrenchment of the Navy. Wow ha 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 ha. Newgate's strength has become stronger again. Rox looked at Edward Newgate and said, if you look at his eyes at this moment, you can see the deep fear. That's right. Just now Edward Newgate's blow successfully aroused Locke's fear. Guhahaha. The captain was joking. My strength is nothing compared to yours. Edward Newgate said modestly after seeing his blow. Charlotte watched Whitebeard's blow and was deeply shocked. No wonder he was named the strongest person in the world. This strength can do whatever he wants in the sea. Seeing 10 naval warships being beaten up in one encounter, the Rox pirates cheered. Whitebeard, Whitebeard, Whitebeard. This is the nickname given to Edward Newgate by the pirates. The iconic white beard is slightly raised when he releases his ability, which shocks all the pirates. Whitebeard Edward Newgate stood in the bow and laughed. They love the cheers. Even the other carders smiled. Only Lox and his old subordinates were worried. Wow ha 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 ha. Little ones, catch up with the Navy warship. I want to kill the general today. Rox D. Jibek jumped onto the bow and shouted loudly in the direction of the retreating naval warship. Kill the general, kill the general. Countless pirates cheered. 10 pirate ships quickly started to chase the fleeing naval warships ahead. Hateful. Looking at the warships being swept into the sea by the waves, Steel Bones Kongson is bleeding. These are the elite of the Navy headquarters. General Cyborg, withdraw quickly. It is not suitable to fight pirates at this time. Warring States hugged the pole of the boat and shouted at Steel Bone Kong, who was still impotent and furious. Cyborg Sora also saw the opponent's pirate fleet approaching and clenched his fists. Retreat, retreat, exit this sea area. Steel Bone Kong roared helplessly. After hearing this, the messenger blew the horn to retreat regardless of his own safety. Wu Tilda. A long horn sounded. A fleet of 10 warships and small ships manipulated their sails and began to retreat. This made the Locks pirates cheer even more when they saw it. Long live Rocks, long live the Rocks pirates. Outside the nickname. The large naval fleet failed in the second half of the Great Route. Admiral Cyborg Kong retreated to the New World, retreat to the Navy headquarters. Outside the nickname. The Locks pirates have declared war on the world government in an all-round way. Fully attack the countries that are members of the world government. The defeat of the Navy has caused a devastating blow to countless people in the New World. Countless newspaper gulls fly around the world, spreading the message of the failure of the Navy headquarters. Bang! Cyborg Kong punched the desk. The desk was smashed into pieces in an instant. Damn Rocks! Damn Rocks pirates! Cyborg Kong looked at the newspaper on the table and roared. After they were forced to evacuate the second half of the Great Route, Rocks and his Rocks pirates frantically attacked the countries that joined the world government. Already 3 new world government alliance countries have been destroyed. Brother Kong, let me sit in the New World. Cap stood up and said, because of the failure of the Navy headquarters. The second half of the Great Route is completely occupied by pirates, leaving only a few important branches close to the Red Earth continent. This led to the second half of the Great Route being called the New World by pirates. In today's New World, due to the shrinkage of the Navy headquarters, most of the troops only stay in the branch near the Red Earth continent. The second half of the New World has completely become a paradise for pirates. Now because of the failure of the Navy, there are endless pirates all over the world. You are responsible for suppressing the East China Sea. During the Warring States period, you suppressed the South China Sea. Now Zephyr has gone to the West Sea, and the North Sea is raging again. Crane, you go to the North Sea. Give me the first half of the Great Route, and wipe out all the pirates. Cyborg Kong ordered. This order was actually issued by the world government because of the ravages of the Rocks pirates in the New World. Countless careerists have risen. South China Sea. Little ones, go to the Great Route, go to the New World. A pirate wearing a horn hat raised his musket and shouted, Great Route, New World. Countless pirates shouted, West Sea. Ha 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 ha. The little ones set sail, aiming for a new world. A 3-meter-old man with a cone on his head shouted, Yes, Captain. Countless pirates shouted. Unlike other pirates, this group of pirates has neat military uniforms and an orderly queue. Not like pirates, more like an army. It's not good, leader. Zephyr is catching up. A minion in an army green coat ran over and yelled, What, Zephyr? Damn the Navy. Let them see my cone head. The East China Sea and the North Sea. Pirates are erupting everywhere. Countless ambitious people went out to sea with a piece of wood in their arms. Jai ha 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 ha. Captain, we are very famous now. There are countless pirates wanting to join us. What do you say, Captain? Golden Lion Shiji looked at Locks with the newspaper and said. Rocks also looked at the newspaper in his hand. Rocks D. Jibuk, the bounty is 20 billion Baileys. Life and death are the most heinous crimes. Rox crushed the newspaper. Recruit, recruit them all. Arm each squad. I want to dominate the world. Become the king of the world. Rox roared loudly, his face full of ferocity. Endless domineering impacted the 8 carders present. Jai ha ha ha. Just wait for your words, Captain. Golden Lion Shiji also laughed. There was the same look in his eyes. Charlotte sat at the end of the carder, looking at the reward order in his hand. An immature face was stained with blood, and countless corpses fell beside him, with a nervous smile on his face. Blood Sword Lord Rockefeller Charlotte, the captain of the 8th Division of the Rox Pirates, with a bounty of 9,000 million, heinous, live or die. Because following locks destroyed several franchise countries, the bounty has increased significantly. Let's go and see our future subordinates, see if there are any good seedlings. Rox stood up and said to the 8 carders, then got up and walked outside. Others also stood up one after another. Only the Golden Lion Shiji and John were more interested in recruiting people. The others were not interested and had no interest in those subordinates. Push open the gate. Countless pirates surround this Hachino's island. After seeing the Rox pirates and the carders behind them, a roar broke out. Captain Rox. Countless people shouted, these are people who want to join the Rox pirates. The purpose of coming here is to join Rox command. Chapter 26, Recruitment. Looking at the pirates surrounded outside his hall, Rox laughed very loudly. Wahahota, wahahota. Do the scumbags want to join the Rox pirates? If you want to, then fight. Only the last 800 people can stay. Wow, ha, 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 ha. Rox looked at the thousands of people surrounding him and said, Jai ha, 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 ha. Golden Lion bit his cigar and watched the scene. Locke's decision was very much in line with his wishes. The weak are not qualified to join the Rox pirates. After hearing this sentence, the pirates around the hall looked around again. This densely packed human head and countless blood-red eyes around the waist. Countless people eagerly wanted to join the Rox pirates, and the pirates who had just become pirates swallowed their saliva. They just felt a chill down their backs. Roll. After a moment of silence in the square, the pirates present erupted into fierce shouts. Countless pirates drew out the long knives around their waists and slashed at the pirates next to them. And this move instantly opened Pandora's box. The bloody fight was staged among the thousands of pirates in an instant. And the carders standing behind Rox all have different complexions. Edward Newgate with the white beard couldn't bear it, while Shiji, the Golden Lion, laughed wildly. Charlotte Lingerling ate the cake indifferently. Silver Axe Wang Zhai was unable to see the face inside because of the armor. John was drinking wine while watching the fight on the field. Just like watching a play. Noticing that Charlotte was looking at him, he suddenly smiled at Charlotte. Charlotte turned her head away. John raised his eyebrows and continued to watch the fight on the field. But Heighton Muchen and his brother trembled in fear. I really don't know how they became carders. Rox watched the fight on the field intently. Charlotte looked at it too. I found that there are many good players in it, but each has the level of a carder. There are quite a lot of devil fruit abilities in the animal department. There are very few swordsmen. Basically, they are pirates wielding swords. This kind of pirate doesn't have any rules at all, so they just rely on their own strength to crush them. Charlotte glanced at it very disdainfully after seeing it. None of them caught the eye. But in order to watch the game with Captain Lox, he can only stand here and watch it. About 3 hours passed. This fighting game is over. Stop! With Lox roar, the domineering color faintly radiates and presses down on all the pirates who are fighting. Wow, ha 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 ha. Congratulations to you for passing the final test and successfully surviving. Congratulations to the Lox pirates for welcoming you. Rox said passionately. After the pirates present heard this sentence, some pirates who were fighting happily hugged the people who were still fighting together just now. And those newcomers who survived were crying bitterly. Thank myself for surviving. Rox. Lox, Rox. Countless people wept with joy and shouted Rox's name. Whoa, 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 whoa. Seeing this scene, Rox continued to raise his face and laughed. A long time. Rox's expression changed. Do you want to be a Carder? Rox's bewitching words resounded throughout the audience, into the eyes of all living people. Even the 8 Carders behind Lox were taken aback for a moment, not knowing what Lox wanted to do. But the pirates below suddenly breathed heavily. Countless pirates looked at Lox greedily. If you want to become a Carder, then defeat these old Carders and ban them, or even become a new Carder. Rox said with a smile on his face, looking at the more than 800 pirates below. After Lox's voice fell, those ambitious pirates all stared at the 8 Carders standing behind Lox. And those 8 Carders also moved forward together, standing in front of Lox. White-bearded Edward Newgate stood there quietly from Yunki holding the supreme large knife, putting endless pressure on countless pirates. With a height of 6 meters, he already surpassed all the pirates on the field. The golden lion Shiji continued to smoke, looking at everyone present with a slightly evil smile at the corner of his mouth. Charlotte Lingerling, on the other hand, ate the cake indifferently and never stopped holding the cake in her hands. This made many people stare at her. After all, women are synonymous with bullying among these lawless pirates. Completely forgetting that this woman destroyed the giant village at the age of 5. Silver Axe was not easy to provoke when he was wearing armor, so they all skipped it. John drank the wine in one hand and pressed the western sword on his waist with the other, looking at the group of low-level pirates with disdain. The 2 siblings, Heighton and Muchen, were also targeted by many people. And it was Charlotte who was targeted by many pirates. The eyes of countless people looking at Charlotte are full of greed. Charlotte looked at the pirates with disdain. Before Lox could speak, he jumped out. Those who want to make a move come out by themselves. After this point, there will be no chance. Charlotte walked forward and looked at these pirates with disdain. Rox raised his eyebrows and shrugged when he saw it. Those who want to challenge the captain of the 8th Division of the Rox Pirates, the blood sword hero Rockefeller Charlotte, please come out. Rox acted as the referee. After hearing Rox's words, more than 40 people came out all of a sudden. Lox frowned. Is it just these people? Don't wait for the time. Rox looked at the crowd and smiled. After the voice fell behind, more than 20 people stood up. Yossi, then the challenge begins. Rox gave an order. More than 60 pirates who wanted to challenge Charlotte rushed forward. Looking at these pirates with all kinds of weapons, Charlotte was very disdainful. He drew a long sword from his waist. This long sword is extraordinarily gorgeous. This was what Charlotte snatched from the treasury when she killed those countries that joined the world government. It was much better than the long sword he had before. Bangs, bang, bang. There was the sound of bullets firing. Charlotte didn't even look up. She just tilted her head slightly, and the bullets passed by one after another. For Charlotte, who has a top-notch domineering look, these bullets are like toys. It's my turn. Charlotte drew out her long sword, and without even looking at it, she threw a 40-meter sword aura and slashed at the pirates rushing up. After these days of fighting, his strength can be said to have increased greatly. It is also one of the top 5 existences in the entire Rox Pirates. Except for Rox, Whitebeard, Golden Lion and Charlotte Lingerling, he has no fear of others. What? A series of screams rang out. The pirates who rushed up were instantly submerged in this 40-meter long white sword aura. Not a single one survived. Wow, unfortunately, all the challengers are dead. It's really sad. Why does Charlotte want to kill? They are all our partners. Rox said, pretending to be distraught. Chapter 27, Pregnancy. Charlotte rolled her eyes. What's wrong with the captain of my family recently? He keeps doing these things like a child. Seeing that Charlotte ignored him, Rox shrugged. He looked at the 700 people on the field. Anyone else to challenge? After hearing Locke's words, many pirates retreated in fright. The captain of the 8th team alone is so scary. Aren't the other 7 captains even more terrifying? Just thinking about it like this makes everyone feel terrible. Wow, ha ha ha, then you are welcome to join. Rox D. Gibbeck opened his arms and said to the crowd, "Oh, long live Captain Lox." Rox felt the incomparable satisfaction of the cheers in front of him. Then let's each choose the team we want to join. Rox looked at the crowd and said. After hearing Locke's words, Shiji, the Golden Lion, couldn't sit still at first. Jai ha 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 ha. Join my flying fleet, you will have everything. Jai ha 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 ha. Shijai, the Golden Lion, was floating in the air, biting his cigar, and said with blonde hair dancing wildly. As soon as these words came out, countless pirates stared at the Golden Lion Shiji with glowing eyes. Long live Boss Ski. Long live Boss Ski. More than 700 people, at least 1/3 of them are screaming. Jai ha 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 ha. Golden Lion Shiji felt extremely satisfied with the carnival sound. In this way, at least nearly 300 people joined the Golden Lion fleet. Seeing that Golden Lion Shiji recruited so many people at once, John couldn't sit still. Yo ha ha ha, I am John, do you want treasure? Then join my team, there will be countless treasures waiting for you. John's seductive voice sounded. Nearly 400 of the remaining 200 people were moved in an instant, and Kai Kai took a step forward to join John's team. Seeing the Golden Lion Shiji and John win over half of the people at once, the others also came out one after another. Among them, Edward Newgatley with white beard had the most people. More than 200 people joined Whitebeard's command. Goo ha 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 ha. When Whitebeard saw it, he laughed. The remaining people were separated by Wang Jia Yinfu and Haiten Muchen. Neither Charlotte, Lingerling nor Charlotte was recruited. On the contrary, some people wanted to join the Blood Sword Master Charlotte, but they were rejected by Charlotte. After being rejected, these people joined Yin Fu and Wang Xina one after another. Jihahahaha, kid, there is no one. Do you want me to give you a few? Jihahaha. Golden Lion Shiji couldn't help laughing when he saw that there was no one around Charlotte. Boring. Charlotte rolled her eyes, turned her head and left, leaving the Golden Lion Shiji laughing there. Jihahaha, this kid is really proud. Golden Lion Shiji shrugged and said. Then he looked at the nearly 300 pirates behind him and couldn't help laughing in his heart. Jai ha 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 ha. Come here, little ones, I have prepared equipment for you. After finishing speaking, Golden Lion Shiji got up and floated out. Nearly 300 pirates chased after him. Boss Shiji is waiting for us. Charlotte came to her own ship. Because there is the sign of the captain of the 8th Division hanging on it, no one dares to come here to act wildly. Boss, you are back. As soon as Gong Yifen approached the ship, sailors came out. Well, how are you doing? Charlotte looked at that there were not many people on the deck. Only a few were cleaning the deck. Boss, I didn't destroy a country before. The brothers made some money, and now they all went to the island to play, said the sailor. Charlotte nodded. Just walk into the cabin. Master. After seeing Charlotte, all the maids in those corridors were bending over to say hello. Charlotte walked over with a blank expression. These people are all slaves he rescued before, and they are now serving him on this ship. Charlotte didn't feel burdened either. Without him, all the women here will be sold around the world, and the future is dark. It may be sold to the rubbish hands of the nobles of the world, or it may be bought by that merchant. And all of these looted women are very beautiful in appearance. Even Charlotte felt very surprised. These people followed her, and Charlotte didn't guarantee anything else. The only thing she could guarantee was a bite to eat. This is already a great gift for them. Master. Jenny came over with 4 little sisters. Okay. Charlotte nodded. Then he hugged Jenny. Jenny blushed instantly. The other 4 maids also nodded shyly. On the sea, very boring. Apart from training every day, Charlotte just plays games with these little maids. As for what game, understand. Go back to the room. Charlotte walked into the room with one arm in his arms. Master, no. Jenny hurriedly broke away from Charlotte's arms. Okay. Charlotte was slightly displeased and stared at Jenny. Seeing Charlotte's slightly frowned brows, Jenny was instantly frightened. Master, me, I'm pregnant. Jenny stammered. And after Charlotte heard this sentence, her brain crashed instantly. Pregnant. Charlotte looked at Jenny and stammered. When did this happen? Asked Charlotte. He is a little hard to accept. How many times has this happened? Although there were no protective measures, they did not expect to come so quickly. Today I asked the ship's doctor to check for me, and I found out. Jenny didn't dare to look up at Charlotte. After hearing this, Charlotte looked at Jenny. Then Jenny's head was raised again. Then he kissed Jenny's shocked eyes. 1 minute later, Charlotte put her arms around Jenny. Since you're pregnant, let's give birth. Charlotte's voice was very gentle. This was the first time Jenny heard Charlotte speak so gently. The other 4 little maids also looked at Jenny enviously. Why didn't they get pregnant? Charlotte, who was holding Jenny in her arms, never thought that she would have a child. It's too soon to have a child at the age of 15. The most important thing is that Jenny seems to be only 15 or 16 years old. This is a 3-year start in the previous life, and there is no limit to it. But looking at the 2 lives, this is still his first child. Charlotte is still happy. There is nothing more meaningful than passing on the family line. Although he has changed his identity, he is still a foreigner. White skin, blonde hair, 2 meters tall. Charlotte, who was in a good mood, raised Jenny and set off towards the bedroom, followed by the 4 daughters of Martha. Tonight is another night of sleeping together. Not to mention Mary on Charlotte's ship. The entire Hachinos island also fell into a carnival. Why don't you see Charlotte? After Lox looked around, he couldn't find the Charlotte. Hey, maybe he went to play with his little maids. Golden Lion Shiji said with a hey smile. The expression is indescribably wretched. Chapter 28, Heavenly Gold. Wahaha, I didn't expect this kid to be a pervert. I really didn't expect it. Rox was slightly taken aback after hearing this, then patted his thigh and smiled. Others also laughed along. Captain Lox, that kid is not ordinary. There are at least 20 young and beautiful women on his ship, and all of them are as beautiful as heaven. I don't know how this kid is so busy. John also smiled wretchedly. Several people looked at each other and smiled silently. Even Whitebeard, Edward Newgate, laughed. When pirates get together, what can they talk about? Nothing more than a woman's wealth and strength. These are the joys of pirates getting together. The peaceful time flies quickly. As a pirate, if you don't plunder, you will soon sit back and eat nothing. Little ones, I received the news that the annual Heavenly Gold is about to start, and the kingdoms of the New World will send Heavenly Gold within this period of time, and there will be a Lieutenant General of the Navy headquarters to escort them, and our goal is this time is gold in the sky. Lox sat on the throne that belonged to him and looked at the 8 carders below. The Heavenly Gold for this goal will be obtained by you. Shiji, Whitebeard, you are in charge of the Heavenly Gold in the Kabubing Kingdom. Lingerling, you and Charlotte are in charge of the Heavenly Gold of the Eskay Kingdom. John Silver Axe and Heighton Muchin, you split up into 2 ways to destroy these 2 countries. Rox looked at the crowd and said, and the carders below were all looking at the information received by Zia Kai in their hands. Charlotte saw the information about the Sky Gold ship that she was in charge of. Includes information for the Vice Admiral. Lieutenant General Quint Gunter, animal-type insect fruit, praying mantis form, very strong. Charlotte took a look and put the paper away. Is there a problem? Lox looked at the crowd and said. The hall was silent for a while. Is there a problem? Lox's voice rose a notch. No. Seeing that everyone nodded, Lox nodded. Let's start according to the plan. As Lox's voice fell, everyone also left the gathering hall. Damn it, it's cheaper for John and the others. After the Golden Lion Shiji left the hall, he began to jump and curse. This time the task is obviously eccentric. Let the 4 of them rush to the front and let those trash enjoy the benefits. Just thinking about Ski felt a pang of anger. Whitebeard took a sip of his wine, glanced at Shijai lightly, and didn't speak. Charlotte Lingerling looked at Charlotte. Well, what do you think, Charlotte? Charlotte Lingerling looked at Charlotte and asked. Charlotte rolled her eyes after hearing this. What can I do, or what should we do? Resist Captain Lox. If you want to die, don't bring such a thing, just do what you want. Charlotte sighed. If you don't join the Rox Pirates, you don't know how deep the water is here. Get ready, let's set off later. After taking a sip of the wine, Whitebeard held Kong Yunch in his hand and said. Golden Lion took a puff of his cigar and nodded. Of the 4 of them, only 2 can fly. One is the Golden Lion Fluttering Fruit, and the other is Homi's Layan Zeus, made by Charlotte Lingerling with the Soul Fruit. Only these 2 are currently capable of manned flights. Came to a large ship anchored in the port. Come up. Golden Lion Shiji looked at the 3 of them and said. The 3 of Charlotte boarded the boat. In less than a moment, the ship was heading towards its destination. On a calm sea. There are 6 warships and 2 transport ships. 6 of the warships surrounded the 2 transport ships. The fleet of 8 ships sailed slowly on the sea. A wild laughter sounded from the sky. Countless navies looked up blankly at the sky. They did not understand why there was laughter in the sky. Only the 2 lieutenant generals of the Navy headquarters realized it. Not good, there are pirates, Quint Gunter said, with a changed expression. Then the animalization was completed in an instant, and a praying mantis with a size of 2 meters appeared on the deck. And another lieutenant general also pulled out the long knife from his waist in an instant. Get ready, there are pirates coming. Just when many navy looked up to the sky. It is not very accurate because of the sun in the sky. Why is the sun getting bigger and bigger? Finally, someone noticed the anomaly. Prometheus. A loud female voice roared. A huge flame sprayed on a warship. In an instant, the entire warship was on fire. After seeing this scene, Quint Gunter immediately looked in the direction of the voice. Well, well, well. The Navy, hurry up and hand over the heavenly gold for the birthday party. Charlotte's long, flaming hair fluttered above her head, with Thundercloud Zeus under her feet, holding Napoleon in her hand. Charlotte Lingerling, the leader of the Rocks Pirates. The saber-wielding Navy couldn't help but take a step back and said in surprise, Jai ha 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 ha, and us. The Golden Lion Shiji also floated over with the boat. Golden Lion Shiji, Whitebeard Edward Newgate, Bloodsword Lord Charlotte, they're all carders of the Rocks Pirates. After seeing the person coming, all the sailors on the deck recognized the person coming. Since the last Admiral Cyborg Sora's defeat, almost all navies have been impressed with the Rocks Pirates. Not good. The Rocks Pirates are here to rob the gold in the sky and protect the gold in the sky. Quint Gunter said loudly, Fire, repel the pirates for justice. The Lieutenant General with the knife shouted. Then many navies also responded. They manipulated the cannons one after another and shot towards the Golden Lion Shiji and the others. Bangs, bang, bang. Seeing the many shells, Edward Newgate with the white beard raised his beard slightly. A punch hit the air in front of him. The originally powerful shells exploded in midair in an instant. Blue, blue, blue. Navy Headquarters, I'm Lieutenant General Bill Robb. We met the carders of the Rocks Pirates, requesting support. While the opponent was attracted by the sound of gunfire. Another Lieutenant General hurried to the cabin to make a phone call. The headquarters received it. Who are the carders? The contact person at the Navy headquarters on the opposite side hurriedly asked after hearing this. Whitebeard Edward Newgate, Golden Lion Shiki, Charlotte Lingerling, and Bloodsword Lord Rockefeller Charlotte. Bill Robb yelled. Yes. The contact person of the Navy headquarters took a breath for a moment. Hold on, I report right now. The colonel ran towards General Cyborg Sora's office with the phone bug in hand. And at sea. Hey, have you called for support? It seems to be faster. After all, this place is quite close to the Navy. Charlotte heard the call for help from the other side, with her domineering look. He drew out the long sword at his waist and slashed at the other 4 warships. After the Golden Lion Shiji saw that Charlotte made a move, he no longer held back his hand. I saw an animal devil fruit ability user on the opposite side. Chapter 29, Dividing the Spoils. Lion Might Water Scroll. As soon as the Golden Lion Shiji stretched out his hand, his palm turned into a claw. Under the control of the Golden Lion Shiji, the sea immediately formed a huge sea lion head, devouring the opposite warship. What? Help. Damn. See the soaring water column and the huge sea lion head. Both the Navy soldiers and the Lieutenant General Quint Gunter were shocked. Seeing such a huge water lion, whether it is Quint Gunter or Bill Robb, is deeply desperate. None of them had the confidence to survive this trick. The huge water lion moves very fast. It swallowed this 50-meter warship in an instant. Jai ha 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 ha. Golden Lion Shiji was very satisfied to see his masterpiece. It's all solved. Golden Lion Shiji returned to the boat and said to the other 3. The other 3 nodded. They are just 2 lieutenant generals, and they are not monsters like Carp Sengoku. This kind of stuff is very simple for them. Take these 2 ships full of gold from the sky and go. The Navy will appear after a while. Whitebeard Edward Newgate said. The Golden Lion was smoking a cigarette and activated its fruit ability, and the 2 heavenly gold ships filled with Bailey and all kinds of treasures flew up. 3 ships fly in the air. The Golden Lion Shiji walked out of the boat full of gold from the sky, holding a cherry 10 dead wood. Unlucky. I didn't expect there to be CP0 people in there. The Golden Lion Shiji shook the blood on the sword and said. The others didn't say anything after hearing it. Then the Golden Lion Shiji played Gulu Gulu for a turn. Look at the three of them. Don't you want to know what's in there? Golden Lion Shiji looked at everyone and said. After hearing what the Golden Lion Shiji said, the originally disinterested expressions of the three people immediately changed. They all looked at Shiki. Guhahahaha, what's in it? It's worth your surprise. Whitebeard Edward Newgate asked after taking a sip of wine. Both Charlotte Lingerling and Charlotte looked at Shiki curiously. These two gold mines in the sky are not only Bailey's, but also the secret treasures of the sea. Shiki said, while biting his cigar. A bewitching voice sounded. Devil fruit. The three were startled. That's right, and there's more than one. Ski said. More than one. Now the three of Charlotte were shocked. You must know that devil fruit is not a big commodity. Charlotte traveled 5 years before meeting one. I didn't expect to meet 4 of them today. What do you mean, Shiki? Seeing Sky's expression, Whitebeard asked. Both Charlotte Lingerling and Charlotte looked at Shiki. Don't you think it's a waste to give this thing to Locks? Shijai's voice came out faintly, and the smoke floated out of his nostrils. After hearing this sentence, everyone's expressions froze. Even Charlotte Lingerling put down the cake in her hand. Well, well, well. Shiki, are you trying to betray Captain Locks? Charlotte Lingerling stared down at the Golden Lion Shiji and said, Jai ha 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 ha. Betrayed, no, 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 never betrayed. Have you forgotten how I got on the boat? I never gave my allegiance to that guy Locks, and we got together because of something. Newgate, I seem to remember that you are looking for your family. Have you found it now? The Golden Lion's words made Whitebeard Edward Newgate indifferent. The reason why he joined the Rocks Pirates was firstly to seek asylum, and secondly to find a group of reliable family members. In the past few years that can be joined, there is nothing. Those who met were all ambitious and greedy people, and there were only endless killings in the Rocks Pirates. Think before. Of the thousands of people who wanted to join the Rocks Pirates, less than 800 were killed just because of a single order from Rocks. This made Whitebeard's heart flustered. Lingerling, I seem to remember that you are looking for a nun to join me. Have you found the nun now? The Golden Lion Shiji looked at Charlotte Lingerling, who was nearly 9 meters tall, and said, None, none. As soon as Charlotte Lingerling heard about the nun, she immediately became like a child, which made Shiki very speechless. Then he turned his head to look at Charlotte, who said nothing. Boy, I don't need to say more about why you joined the Rocks Pirates. Shiki looked at Charlotte and said. Charlotte didn't answer. So, will you be loyal to that guy Locks? Golden Lion Shiji looked at the crowd and asked. The 3 of them were silent, and none of them answered Shijai's words. But Sky laughed. Jai ha 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 ha. Now that it's decided, we will share the 4 devil fruits equally. Ski finished. 4 wooden boxes floated over. Bang bangs bang bang. All wooden boxes are opened. 4 devil fruits were revealed. A white apple covered with glittering patterns. One is a red banana covered with patterns of unknown origin. The other is also white with a pattern, but it is pear-shaped. The last one is in the shape of a red patterned apple. You pick first and give me the rest. Shijai looked at the 3 with his arms crossed and said. The 3 were silent for a while. Whitebeard was the first to strike. Guhahaha, I want this one. Whitebeard said, while holding a shining white devil fruit. Then Lingerling won't be polite. Charlotte Lingerling held the white patterned pear in her hand. after seeing that the two had already been picked. The golden lion Shiji looked at Charlotte. Charlotte looked at the two devil fruits and frowned. Then he looked at the devil with red patterns all over it. Then I want this one. Charlotte picked up the red devil fruit and said, the reason why I took this one. One is because, in the previous life, I seem to have heard that the banana-shaped ones are basically of the animal family, and there are many kinds of animals. What if it is a common form? And this red devil fruit Charlotte looks familiar. He seems to have seen it in anime. Can't remember right now. But the ones that appeared in the original work should not be too weak. Jai ha 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 ha, then this one is mine. Shiki picked up the last empty box and said, many people ignored him, but looked at the devil fruit in their hands. The three of them don't have a devil fruit illustrated book and don't know what it is. I seem to remember that Lox has a devil fruit illustration book. Let's go back and have a look. Looking at the three people who have been looking at him, the devil fruit Shiji said. After hearing Shiji's words, the three nodded. Put away the devil fruit and fly towards Harkinos. The four of them moved very fast. It took less than 3 days to go back and forth. Back to Hachinos, I found the island very quiet. Only after asking. John and the others took the pirates on the island to the 2 alliance countries. Chapter 30, Shipbuilding. Jai ha ha ha, I really envy John and the others for plundering the property of the entire country, but we can only rob them of the rest and have to hand over the 7th floor. It's really skinny. Golden Lion Shiji complained. At the end, he cursed harshly. Wahahaha, little lion, are you very courageous recently? Even your captain dared to scold you. From far away, Rock's laughter came over. Kai Tilda. The golden lion Shiji sighed, and then smiled. Jai ha ha ha, how could the captain do it? You must know that you are my most beloved master captain. Shijai flattered him flatteringly. God knows how disgusted he felt after he said this. Yes, not bad. Lox didn't pay much attention to him, but looked at the 2 large transport ships behind them. After so many years of plundering at sea, Lox can recognize at a glance that this is the ship used by the world government to transport the heavenly gold of various countries. Wahahaha, not bad, they really are my capable generals. Very good. After the statistics are calculated, the 3rd floor here will be yours, and you can use it for whatever you want. Lox looked at the 4 capable carders and said, Jai ha ha ha, then thank the captain. The golden lion Shiji said, without leaving any traces in his eyes. Wow ha 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 ha, it's all thanks to brothers. After watching the gold in the sky, Rox turned around and went back out. Charlotte looked at Lox back and was speechless for a long time. Wait until Rox disappears. Cut, cheapskate. So much gold in the sky will be divided into 3 layers for us. Why don't you let it kill you? Ski seldom spat out the cigar from his mouth. Charlotte also went in to have a look. The sky gold on these ships is about 40 billion. 30% is more than 1 billion. If the 4 people divide it equally, it will be 1 to 200 million each. This is a drop in the bucket for maintaining those carders with a large crew. Not enough at all. Especially like the golden lion Shiji. There are nearly 300 or 400 people in the team. What can 1 or 200 million peel do? Not enough even for Charlotte. At that time, you have to go out and plunder yourself. Charlotte returned to a boat. The ship has been docked here for almost 3 months. Every time she goes to sea, Charlotte finds a ship at random or takes advantage of other carders' ships. It's not that Charlotte doesn't want to use her own ship, but because this ship has no combat effectiveness at all. Not to mention, the defense is still fragile. After all, this is only a semi-finished product. After all, Charlotte was planning to go to sea. Unexpectedly, it was directly advanced by 3 years. But there are also many boatmen on Harchinos. Charlotte also asked them to come here to help him build the ship. 3 months have passed now. It looked like the ship was about to call it a day. How long will this ship last? Charlotte walked up to an old man. This old man was also a pirate before. Work as a boatman on a pirate ship. Later, after that pirate was annexed, he joined other pirate groups. Finally came Hachinos. Because of his age, he became a boatman on Pirate Island, responsible for ship repair and shipbuilding. For pirates, ships are essential. So he lived quite well. After hearing that the captain of the 8th team of the Rocks Pirates, the overlord of the island, wants to repair the ship, he came over by himself and recommended himself. After all, on this island, there must be a backing. And what background is deeper than the background of the cadres of the Rocks Pirates? There is absolutely no harm to him in hugging Charlotte's thigh. Master Charlotte, this ship has already reached the finishing touches, and it is estimated that it will be delivered in about 2 or 3 days. Old Jack bent over and said respectfully to Charlotte, "Okay, just contact my crew when the ship is ready." Charlotte turned and left after speaking, looking at the figure of Charlotte. What a great young man. Boss, boss. Charlotte walked all the way and said hello everywhere. After all, this is the place where the 8th Division is stationed, and he, as the captain, is in charge here. Isn't it normal for the crew to say hello? And these crew members are all subordinates who went to sea with him on Kame Island. Everyone knows himself. It is not easy for these people to go to sea with themselves. Charlotte has never been a person who would treat her little brother badly. In the past 3 months, Charlotte has also gone to sea several times, and the treasures plundered each time will be distributed to these younger brothers. Not much, about 50 Baileys per person. It doesn't cost much, and you can live well on this island for a month. After all, those women in the red light district cost only Baileys a night. It's a great place for these energetic crew members. Life on the island is boring. Some pirates like to have a party to solve the boring time. Some pirates spend their boring lives in the red light district. But besides hanging out with the maids every day, Charlotte is also training her sword skills. In Tianshan's fight with the Golden Lion and Wang Zhai, Charlotte also found her own shortcomings. Then train yourself accordingly. Armed color domineering has also been improved. The whole body hardening can be done perfectly. But do the damage to the inside. Charlotte is also often unable to practice. Bang. A loud bang. A big tree hugged by 2 people broke apart. But Charlotte didn't show a hint of happiness. Because what he wants is not a rupture, but internal destruction, breaking the heart of the tree. But no matter what you do, it doesn't work. Looking at the surrounding area being practiced by myself, it became a bare place. Trees fell everywhere. Why can't it work? Charlotte murmured domineeringly as she looked at her fist and the armed colors on it. It seems that no one has taught that it is still difficult to learn internal destruction. It seems that I have to find the Haiten Muchen siblings. They are samurai from Wano country, and they should know how to practice. Thinking of this, Charlotte did not hesitate to walk towards the station of the 7th team. Zia, Lord Charlotte. Seeing Charlotte approaching, the little pirate at the door immediately stood up straight and said respectfully, but tension can still be seen in his language. Is Haiten and Muchen around? Charlotte looked at the pirate, guarding the gate, and asked. Charlotte's gaze made the pirate afraid to look up at him. Team, Captain, they are all here. The pirate stammered. "Take me to meet them," Charlotte ordered, without even looking at him. "Yes, yes, yes." Facing Charlotte's request, he didn't even dare to refuse. He just opened the door and took Charlotte in. "Step into this camp." Charlotte felt the difference. There are many swordsmen's breath, but neither is strong. Not even 1% of Charlotte's momentum. Charlotte didn't even look at these third-rate swordsmen and walked straight towards Huyton Muchen's camp. What a powerful swordsman! Is this the swordsman? Charlotte could sense them, and they naturally sensed Charlotte. Chapter 31. These warriors from Wano country sensed the sword intent on Charlotte. All of them looked at Charlotte respectfully. This is respect for a swordsman. Hey ha 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 ha. What kind of wind brought Captain Charlotte here? The moment Charlotte entered the camp, Huyton Muchen received the report from his subordinates and came out to greet him. Huyton Muchen is still relatively unfamiliar with Charlotte. After all, they have never been in contact with each other, but they also know Charlotte's strength. Horrible, very scary. It's as terrifying as the Kazuki daimyo of Wano country. Both are very powerful swordsmen. Of course, I came here to find something for you. Charlotte looked at Huyton Muchen with a smile on her face. At this time, Huyton Muchen doesn't have the old and ugly look in the anime. It's a beautiful young woman who still has charm, coupled with her ability to imitate fruits. She can imitate anyone. Oh, I don't know why Captain Charlotte is looking for a concubine. Huyton Muchen approached Charlotte and asked. Charlotte directly pushed Huyton Muchen away. Although the current Huyton Muchen is growing very well, but Charlotte is not so hungry. Thinking of what this old woman will look like 20 years later, Charlotte couldn't help but want to spit out what she had eaten today. She was unabashedly disgusted by Charlotte. Huyton Muchen was not angry either. Instead, he sat cross-legged on a mat. Huyton Muchen, you should be from Wano country, right? Charlotte was also sitting cross-legged in front of Huyton Muchen. And Huyton Muchen paused when he was making tea. He looked at Charlotte with narrowed eyes. What does Captain Charlotte mean? How can I tell that I am from Wano country? Huyton Muchen asked with a slightly stiff face. Seeing Huyton Muchen's performance, Charlotte smiled inwardly. This old woman still wants to play tricks on herself. Samurai. There are many samurai in your team. As far as I know, only Wano country produces samurai. Charlotte explained. This explanation came to Charlotte on the way. Regardless of whether it is reasonable or not, first bluff the other party. Huyton Muchen put down the teacup in his hand. Where did your excellency know about Wano country? As far as I know, there are very few people who know Wano country in this sea, and no one will know at all. After hearing this sentence, Charlotte did not refute. Today's Wano country Kaido has not invaded. In this sea, there are very few people who know it. It would be strange for Charlotte to know. How do I know that's my business? I'm only here for the domineering of your Wano country, Liu Ying. I really know you, so I need its cultivation method. Charlotte looked at Huyton Muchen and said her request. Liu Ying, it seems that your excellency is quite familiar with Wano country. Huyton Muchen was quite moved when he heard such a familiar word in the open sea all of a sudden. You must know that living is called domineering overseas. But why should I give you Liu Ying? Huyton Muchen looked at Charlotte and said, just asking her to hand over living like this is wishful thinking. Now Charlotte's face darkened, not as calm as before. I'll give you two choices. One is to die, and the other is to hand over living. Charlotte said, with a cold look. Rox and the others have gone to plunder this island, and only he and Huyton Muchen are left to look after the house. If they do something, Charlotte has % confidence to kill her. Hearing Charlotte's undisguised killing intent, Heighten Muchen turned pale. She has no fighting power. Damn, that guy Kurimaru isn't here. I can't deal with him. Heighten Muchen's expression completely darkened. Aren't you afraid that Captain Lox will blame you for killing me? Heighten Muchen spoke word by word. After hearing this sentence, Charlotte burst out laughing. Ha 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 ha. Heighten Muchen, I didn't expect you to be so naive. In the Lox Pirates, you don't care about your companions. You were killed by me because of your lack of strength. Lox will only accept my fate. I am the 7th team captain. Let me take your place, never thinking about revenge. I hope you understand this. Charlotte looked at the woman Heighten Muchen with disdain. Heighten Muchen completely gave up after hearing this sentence. First, you need Living's arrogance, but if you promise to do something for me, I will give it to you. Otherwise, you will never get Living's arrogance. Heighten Muchen said, then closed his eyes and waited for Charlotte to do something. After hearing this, Charlotte looked at Heighten Muchen with disdain. Then he grabbed her slightly old neck. Liu Ying domineering, will you hand it over? Charlotte threatened. Don't think about it. Heighten Muchen said, with a look of despair. But Charlotte didn't respond to her. Instead, read the memories in her mind. Possessed of mind-reading knowledge, Charlotte never believed that anyone could have a secret in front of him. Ignoring Heighten Muchen's painful struggle, Charlotte began to browse through Heighten Muchen's memory. But because of too many memories, Charlotte couldn't find it all at once. Do you know Liu Ying's domineering cultivation method? Asked Charlotte. Dang, of course I know. When Heighten Muchen responded, Charlotte immediately found her training on Living's domineering. Seeing this complete cultivation method of Liu Ying's domineering spirit, the corners of Charlotte's mouth rose slightly. After memorizing it, Charlotte let go of Heighten Muchen's neck. If you want to blackmail me, I, Charlotte, have never been threatened. Standing up and looking at the Heighten Muchen who fell on the ground, Charlotte said lightly, he is such a pervert who can read minds. Turn around and leave. Don't even look at Heighten Muchen. This look is just like that scumbag who abandoned his wife and son. Eat dry wipe. Damn. Watching Charlotte turn his head and leave, he didn't realize that he had told his Heighten Muchen about Living's domineering cultivation method. Heighten Muchen felt deeply humiliated. The humiliation made her angry. She will definitely come back with revenge. And Gong Yifen walked to the tent door and saw Heighten Muchen's younger brother Heighten Muwen walking over with 2 hot girls in his arms. Still smelled of alcohol. Hi her, isn't this Captain Charlotte? Seeing Charlotte coming out of her sister's tent, Heighten Mumaru said hello. Charlotte took a look and nodded without paying too much attention. Seeing Charlotte like this, Heighten Mumaru said that he was used to Charlotte's temper. He does that to everyone. Even facing Captain Lox. I don't usually communicate with the carders, either drinking alone or practicing alone. But it was beyond his expectation that he could come here. You guys wait for me in my room. I'll go see my sister. Heighten Mumaru patted the buttocks of the 2 blonde girls and whispered in his ear. I hate it, my lord. After hearing this, the 2 girls said in a delicate voice that Fengquan slightly hammered Heighten Muwen's chest. Heighten Mumaru let go of the 2 blonde girls and came to his sister's room. Chapter 32. As soon as he entered his sister's room, he saw Heighten Muchen lying on the ground, staring at the door with hatred in his eyes. Sister, what's going on? Why are you lying on the ground? Heighten Muwen hurriedly stepped forward to help Heighten Muchen, and he woke up instantly from the drunkenness. Looking at the red mark on his sister's neck, Heighten Muwen thought of a bad direction. He also likes to pinch there sometimes while he's doing that. Could it be that Charlotte just came here and did that to his sister? Thinking of this, Heighton Mewen thought more and more it was possible. After all, Charlotte is a pervert. What if you like my sister like this? The more he thought about it, the more crooked Heighton Mewen didn't notice his sister Heighton Muchen's expression at all. Where did you go just now? Your sister almost died. You don't even know. Heighton Muchen pinched Heighton Mewen's ear and roared. Sister, sister, let go, I will be dismissed. I just came back from Huiji. Heighton Muchen became even more angry when he heard that it was in Huiji. Do you know what Charlotte is doing? He knew we were from Wano country, and he just threatened me to hand over Liu Ying's domineering cultivation method and almost killed your sister for this. Heighton Muchen tugged at Heighton Mewen's ear and roared. What? This guy dared to threaten my sister. I will kill him now. After hearing Heighton Muchen's words, Heighton Mewen wanted to trouble Charlotte as soon as his head got hot. Come back, can you beat him? Heighton Muchen grabbed Heighton Mewen and said, This, May. Heighton Mewen stuttered and couldn't speak after hearing what Heighton Muchen said. Did you go to die in the past? Heighton Muchen looked at her good-for-nothing younger brother Heighton Mewen and felt a headache. HMPH, I can't beat him, but he can't even try to kill me. Heighton Mewmaru was very confident when he said this. This confidence is brought to him by his fruit ability. The superhuman barrier fruit gave him invincible defense. Most of the reason why their siblings were able to join the Rocks Pirates and became the Carders of the Rocks Pirates was because of this barrier fruit. Forget it, we'll settle this humiliation sooner or later. Anyway, he didn't get Liu Ying's domineering training method from me. Heighton Muchen shook his head. It's not worth the trouble to find Charlotte now. After hearing Heighton Muchen's words, Heighton Mewen also breathed a sigh of relief. Don't look at the brave and fearless appearance, he just said. It's all just pretending. Just thinking about Charlotte's slashes made him shudder, let alone fighting. After Xia Luo got Liu Ying's domineering training method, she returned to his training ground. After checking Heighton Muchen's memory, the so-called living domineering is to let the domineering flow like a liquid, which surprised Charlotte a little. After all, the armed domineering nature is hardened. Not only covering the body, but also the weapons have enhanced lethality or defense. Of course, what is more important is the entity that can catch the natural devil fruit ability user. This is the most important. Otherwise, without armed domineering, you can't beat nature-type ability users at all. Start practicing with flow. After Xia Luo saw the training method of armed color domineering, she had already decided on the training sequence. This day, Charlotte is still practicing near her residence. Boss. A hasty voice sounded. Charlotte stopped her fist and looked in the direction of the sound. And Charlotte was surrounded by gravel and wood, which were smashed when Charlotte practiced boxing. Seeing that it was his own crew, Charlotte asked, What's wrong, so urgent? Boss, our supplies are exhausted, and we have no money. The crew ran over and said, I heard that there is no money. Charlotte also frowned. It is certain that I practice every day, and I will not plunder and sit and eat, but I did not expect to run out of money so soon. If you want to get money, it must be the fastest way to rob. Go and prepare the boat and go to sea. I'll go and talk to Rocks. Charlotte ordered. Then put on clothes and walk to the center of the island. His ship had been built just before. He is also very satisfied. 120 meters in length, 20 meters in width. Enough to hold more than 800 people. It is a ship at sea, and what is even more rare is that it is still a wooden